Hello.
We only have the electronic version.
Okay, they both work? We had a few printed versions, but they have problems with them. There were problems introduced through the print. Sorry, Echo, what were you saying?
They both went. What I'm saying, they thought it was going to be that one. That's why they didn't. But it's fine. You can.
Okay, that's fine. We're going to use it. No. Yeah. I'm gonna...
Wouldn't it be better?
No, I don't think so. At most, I might stand here. No, I think I'll sit here. Hello, everyone. Good morning. If we can gather ourselves together and find a seat, then we can start. We're already a little bit late, and we don't want it to roll over for the rest of the sessions. Could somebody at the back just shut the door? Then that might send a message. So, good morning again. Bom dia a todo mundo. Sejam bem-vindos a essa conferência, and that's as far as I'm going in Portuguese. So, welcome. This is just the introduction to the conference. So, this conference on digitalization, AI, and feminist futures represents a collaboration between two feminist journals. So Feminist Africa on the one hand, and I'm the co-convener from FA, and the International Feminist Journal of Politics, and Lisa Prugel is the co-convener from that journal. So that in itself is a difference in the sense of collaborating to organize this international conference. And the theme, as you all know, is digitalization, AI, and feminist futures. Why this particular theme? At the time, we began this journey over a year ago, by the way. So at that time, there were conversations, critiques, debates in many parts of the West. But on our continent here in Africa, the debates were generally specific to certain parts of the continent. South Africa, in East Africa, Uganda, Kenya. Much use of digital tech in Nigeria, but not many debates. And at FA, we felt it was very important to understand what are these issues. What does it mean for us on the continent? And what would feminist critiques from an understanding of these issues bring to the table? And this is in a context where in many parts of the continent, what we see is a manifestation of technological determinism, meaning a sense that technology in itself is a good thing. It's going to bring development. It will mean, if everybody is included, then things will be better. Not much questioning of the terms of that engagement and what is being provided by whom, for what purposes, who benefits, what are the interests involved in all of that. So, this is particularly salient in a situation where what has become public infrastructure, public services, i.e. the internet, social media, being connected, it has come to assume the character of public services and public infrastructure, but it's owned and controlled by transnational corporations who are in it for profit. So you have a contradiction at the heart of the political economy of this whole model. Yeah? And this is what we feel needs to be critiqued alongside the many other dimensions of this changing, complex world full of contradictions and possible opportunities, but where you have new ways of exacerbating and accentuating imperial, colonial, patriarchal logics. And that critique and analysis we felt was important from feminist perspectives and from what it has meant for our continent. Now, as a Pan-African journal, Feminist Africa, of course, is primarily focused on the African continent and its diasporas. However, we know that a lot of work has been done elsewhere in the global south, and we wanted to draw on those perspectives and be able to, hear from feminists from different parts of the global south in this conference. And hopefully we will be doing that as we go along. Now, one thing we found is that conferences are like a moving goal. They just don't stay in one place. So like people drop off, and that has happened. We will say a little bit more about that. But in terms of the themes, the sub-themes of the conference, we felt it was important to look at these questions of ownership and control. So governance and its implications for democracy. Who governs what? What is governed by whom? And with what effect? Yeah? The work is another sub-theme. So the whole gig economy, what does that mean? Knowledge. Since we are feminist journals, we think it's important to understand the world and to write as well as read, and hopefully inspire others to do that. And finally, what are the implications of all of this for anti-capitalist feminist futures? Because there's no running away from capitalism in all of this. When profits are put before people, that's what we are faced with. So, I should also say, and I should have said this earlier, there are headsets for interpretation. We have interpretation in 3 languages, so Portuguese, French, English. Use them as you see fit. And so that's that point. But I just wanted to make another point, which is that in the face of technological determinism, and on the African continent, one expression of that is this notion that STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths, is the way forward in our curricula. If we just do more of that, we will be so much better off, and we'll be set for the 4th industrial revolution. No, we will not. Because our realities are not just scientific or technological or, mathematical. They are profoundly political, even in these scientific subjects. In fact, probably more so because there is a blindness to that in the way science is practiced. So when you have questions that are fundamentally political, social, cultural, economic, as well as technological, you need all the disciplines. You need the arts and the humanities, particularly when those have been defunded, devalued, not recognized. So in the face of that, we felt at FA it was really important to find ways of bringing artists' visions, understandings to bear on the issues. So there was a call that was issued to artists in Mozambique to submit their interpretations of this theme, having seen the concept note and so on. So we have outside in the foyer, you might have noticed, that is part of the conference, an exhibition which is the result of this call over a period of time. So we have 15 submissions that made it into the exhibition and 4 prize winners who will be discussing their work on day 4. I think I should stop here and hand the mic over to Lisa, who will speak from IFJP.
Thank you so much, Charmaine, and thank you for introducing the theme of the conference. It seems like we have been discussing this, like you said, for a year, right? And so it seems almost in our veins and in our DNA. But yes, of course, it needed to be explained. So thank you for doing that. I also would like to add a welcome, a very warm welcome to everybody from the side of the International Feminist Journal of Politics, IFJP. I'd like to recognize also my co-editors who are, there's 6 of us, and there's 4 of us here in Maputo. So there's Shine, Joy. Shine, can you make this? And Marisha Zalewski. And then Amy is hiding way in the back there, but she's also part of the team. And we have one of our former editors, actually, Laura Schoberg, here with us as well as several of our board members. And I hope you will engage and meet each other. From our perspective, IFJP, the question arose when we started our editorial team. Why should we, what does it mean to be an international journal? Now, it's very interesting. You have this regional identity, and we are saying we are international. And, it also raised that question for us at one point of where we said in our discussion, would an African journal ever call itself international, right? But for us coming from, well, born really in an American, US, I should say, institution, it felt natural to take that on. And of course, IFJP comes out of the International Studies Association, similar issue here, right? And the International Studies Association, of course, does international relations. So our starting point as a journal, I do think, was in politics and was in international politics, but also started in a hegemonic center of the world. And so this question of what does it mean for a feminist journal to be international is something that I think has suffused the journal from its start. And, on the one hand, you could say, well, what makes it international? Well, maybe it's international because we do international relations, whatever that is. That just defers the issue. Or maybe we are international because we want international authors. And so the decision to partner with journals in other parts of the world for us was to say, let's recognize that there is actually scholarly communities and places where knowledge is being generated and transmitted in all kinds of different parts of the world. And what we want to achieve is, in a sense, a meeting of different communities. So what we want to achieve is actually an international conversation, and we use that term a lot, conversation. So it's less knowledge exchange or information getting or whatever, but it is an effort to say we should be engaging with each other, and we should be engaging with each other across differences. We should be critical in our engagements. Some of us, I'm looking at Shine here in particular, always reminding us, we also need to decenter. So we need to let go. There is South-South conversations also, so it's not just a North-South kind of issue. And so we launched into this. We have now done conferences in Seoul with the Asian Journal of Women's Studies, and in Quito, Ecuador, with Ikonos and Flaxo. And they have been really marvelous experiences, for me anyway. I don't know, can only speak for myself. What I guess we would like to come out of this conference is just really a great conversation. And when I say that, what do I mean by that? You know, we have usually standard formats in academic conferences. You know, we have our panels and we present our papers, and then there's some critique and question and answers. And we're doing this here. I think, you know, this is important and legitimate. But in terms of the conversation, I think there's also, maybe what we also should keep in mind is being open, listening. I'll be doing a lot of listening. And I usually type it all up. I mean, it's part of the enjoyment of being through a whole conference. And, you know, engaging with each other. That doesn't mean, you know, we can critique each other. I think critique is really important, but having these active engagements, I think, is what we want to look for. And we have experiments with roundtables also, right? We have, I mean, our team is going to put on an experiment, we call it an experiment, of, I don't even know what, but we, I mean, what we're trying to do there is maybe actually having a conversation that's more like, you know, when you sit together over, I don't know, a meal, dinner, breakfast, or whatever, and there's just a conversation and things, they're not logical, you know, one thing leads to the other, and actually when we do that, so often there's really some pretty nice insights we sometimes derive. So hopefully in this particular experiment we can get something like Shine calls it a spiral of a conversation going. So this is my wish list for this conference. I hope we can have a fantastic conversation in all conversations, period, in all kinds of different ways. Now, I wouldn't do my job if I didn't say thank yous, because we're the guests here. I want to thank you, Georgie, to begin with. Old co-conspirator, old friend, when I mentioned this to Georgie, thank you for taking up the idea and saying, yes, we should be doing this with Feminist Africa. But really, Charmaine, you've been incredible. I mean, everybody knows Charmaine. Yes, huge round of applause. I mean, you're a visionary. You know, you've been the intellectual lead also of this. I mean, that needs to be recognized. You know, you have, I don't know, been just a wise leader, and I really, really appreciate that. I also, there's the Ghana team, and I don't think I've met all of them. They have been fantastic. They're probably out there doing the work that needs to be done. And then there is Sandra and Manuel. Sandra, it's great to meet you, finally. And the fantastic team that you are working with, and I'm sure they're in the back there also. There's a huge amount of work that went into this conference, and there's a lot of people who really have given a lot of their time. I'm really, really grateful that we can be here. So thank you, and I wish us all a really fantastic conference.
Thank you, Lisa. And I was remiss for not saying earlier, Feminist Africa has 7 editors. We have 5 of them here. So 3 of them have already been named. Georgie is the managing editor, Sandra is one of the editors and the Mozambican coordinator. We also have Sylvia Tamale here. Sylvia, can you just wave? Yeah, she doesn't want to stand up for some reason. There she is. Okay, there's Sylvia. And Akosia Dakwa. So over there. Yeah. So the other 2, unfortunately, could not be here. Kumba Toure from Mali and Lino Some from Uganda, Kenya and Uganda, yes. Okay, so they're with us in spirit, and Kumba you will hear later in the conference. I'd like to now call on Sandra to say a few words.
Bom dia, vou falar em português. Não sei se precisam dos auriculares. There are some more headphones at the back if you need.
Recording in progress.
Did you know? Did you find Portuguese? Okay. Okay. Bom dia, mais uma vez. Espero que me consigam ouvir nas diferentes línguas. Nós gostaríamos de dar-vos as boas-vindas a Maputo, as boas-vindas a esta conferência. É uma enorme honra para nós, Moçambique, Maputo, podermos receber a conferência aqui no nosso contexto, porque como a Charmaine mencionou no início, não é um tema, a digitalização, a inteligência artificial, não é necessariamente um tema de debate, de conversa, de discussão académica em vários outros fóruns no nosso contexto. E acho que vão sentir isso um pouco pela baixa representatividade de pessoas de Moçambique neste espaço. Então, achamos muito bom que assim possa ser, porque abrimos a oportunidade para começarmos estas discussões. Esta é a nossa casa, este é Maputo. Espero que tenham tido uma boa viagem, que estejam bem acomodados e acomodadas. E o que eu gostaria de dizer era um pouco sobre o que vocês receberam como nosso souvenir. Nós quisemos vos dar as boas-vindas com algumas coisas típicas do nosso país. A caneta que vocês receberam é de uma madeira chamada pau preto, que é trabalhada muito no norte de Moçambique, por artistas do norte de Moçambique. Então, eles vão esculpindo a madeira e muitas vezes têm significados antropologicamente muito relevantes. Significam pessoas na comunidade que desempenham vários tipos de papel, lideranças comunitárias. Nós tentamos garantir o máximo de canetas que representassem mulheres e as suas práticas, mas não tínhamos só mulheres, então temos um pouco de tudo que é da nossa comunidade. Também receberam um frasco com um doce, um jam. E todas as frutas nesses doces são frutas nativas, silvestres. Então são sabores que talvez não vos sejam comuns, como tsintsiva, que são... Bom, os macacos consomem muito, mas nós também comemos, e então nós transformamos em doces. E o que nós queremos é que vocês levem um pouco desses sabores diferentes, que possam sentir e que possam se lembrar de Moçambique a partir desses sabores que vão ficar com esses jams que nós passamos para vocês. Então, muito obrigada, boas-vindas e espero que tenhamos uma conferência bastante produtiva, que possamos sair daqui com reflexões muito interessantes. Obrigada mais uma vez.
Obrigada, Sandra. So we now move to the keynote, and Georgie will chair that session. What I should have said is that every morning of this 3.5-day conference, we take one of the sub-themes. So today it's governance and democracy. And each of the other days, there will be a different sub-theme that we address in the plenary sessions.
So welcome to the first plenary of this amazing 4-day conference on digitalization, artificial intelligence, and feminist futures. As you've already heard, this is a joint conference between Feminist Africa and the International Feminist Journal of Politics. I hope our speaker is online. Do you know? The IT people, she's there. Okay, so we are really ready to begin. You've already heard from the words of welcome how this conference came to be. I just wanted to say that for us, this is a strategic collaboration which brings African feminist scholarship to a wider audience and also brings international feminist scholarship to African audiences. And organizing the conference has been a journey of feminist solidarity and learning, but also the opportunity to appreciate commonalities and differences in the publishing context and cultures of our two journals. This is certainly the largest conference we have organized as Feminist Africa, and it has been a mammoth intellectual and logistical exercise. And the FA community owes a great debt of gratitude to the collective efforts of the editorial collectives of our two journals. And so I would like to add my voice of thanks. Without that collective and the power of organizing, as we all know, not much gets done. However, I would like to single out our hosts, FA editor Sandra Manuel and her team in Maputo, for courageously taking on this task. Sometimes I doubt if Sandra fully appreciated from the start how consuming this was going to be. I definitely did not. So thank you, and perhaps it was a good thing not to know that at the beginning. I also want to thank our two co-conveners, Charmaine Pereira and Lisa Prugel, for their wisdom and their coordinating roles, because if they had not been so wise and so constructive, maybe we would not have been here today. And also add my voice of thanks to the thanks that have been made to the FA Secretariat and the Institute of African Studies at the University of Ghana, where FA is based. The Secretariat and the Institute came together to make sure that many of the logistical bottlenecks were dealt with. I also want to mention the generosity of the African Women's Development Fund. They were our very first funders for this conference. And their act of confidence in what we're about to do opened doors to other funders, namely the Open Society Foundations, and Ford Foundation. OSF is actually represented in this meeting, and I'm very excited that Selam is here because I think she'll bear witness to the fact that their money will be well spent, would have been well spent. So thank you very much. Without the support of these three organizations, we would have had a largely virtual conference, because we in Africa know that many African scholars do not have the means to travel to conferences. Our institutions do not support this. It is not in our budgets. And so unless somebody supports our travel, we stay at home. So for us, this has been a very important part of making this conference an opportunity to be able to see people in the flesh. Many of us are meeting for the first time, although we've been together for a year organizing this conference. So I'm really grateful for this. As you know, this first plenary focuses on the theme of governance and democracy, and it consists of two parts: the keynote address, which will be delivered by Nanjala Nyabola, to be followed by a roundtable on the same theme, to be chaired by Charmaine Pereira. So let me start by introducing our keynote speaker. Nanjala is a writer, a researcher, and a policy advocate. Her work focuses on the intersection between technology, politics, media, and society. She publishes frequently in academic and non-academic platforms as a commentator and analyst. She's the founder of the Kiswahili Digital Rights Project, a member of the UN Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism, a founding member of the Africa Digital Rights Network, ADRN. She's also a fellow at the Digital Forensic Lab at the Atlantic Council, the Center for Human Rights and Global Justice at New York University, and the Center for International Cooperation, also at New York University. Nanjala has also held fellowships at the Stanford Digital Civil Society Lab, the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology, Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya, and the Inclusive Global Leadership Institute at the University of Denver, and several other institutions. Nanjala is the celebrated author of Digital Democracy, Analog Politics, How the Internet Era is Transforming Politics in Ghana, published by Z in 2018. She's also the author of Traveling While Black, Essays Inspired by Life on the Move, published in 2020. And thirdly, Strange and Difficult Times, Notes on a Pandemic, also published in 2022. She's also the co-editor of Where Women Are, Gender and the 2017 Kenya General Elections, published in 2018, and the African Migration Review 2020, and Vertical Atlas in 2022. So I think you've seen a slice of the caliber of keynote speaker that we have. And she wants to speak to us about the revolution and the body, feminist perspectives on Kenya's youth in protest. So Nanjala, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. First of all, good morning. You know, in our cultures, it's very important to say good morning to people and to acknowledge people. So good morning. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm very sorry that I could not be there with you in person. Had to move a couple of things around to accommodate actually the substance of my presentation, which is the ongoing political crisis in Kenya. And you know, I'm always so grateful to convene with African feminists, because it always is an opportunity to learn and to grow. Just like always, I think more than a keynote of someone sort of sitting from a position of authority, handing out knowledge, I hope that this will be a process of co-creation, a conversation that we're having. I'm going to just present some of the thoughts that are taking shape in my mind as I witness, experience, participate in the movement, and based on my own experiences as a researcher on politics and digital societies around the world. As you've heard, my name is Nanjala. I'm a writer, I'm a researcher. I am Kenyan, and that's important in this case. I don't always sort of center on that, but I think in this particular case, it is important just to give context to some of the conversations that I'm going to share with you. As you might have seen in the news, although you might not have seen it just because of the disproportionate coverage that African stories get in media around the world. Everybody kind of had eyes on Kenya during the worst of the crisis. During when violence erupts, everybody kind of had eyes on Kenya, but when sort of all the contextual things were happening, there was almost no eyes. I think the two standard examples that I can think of are Larry Madowo, who is obviously Kenyan as well, at CNN, and sort of Al Jazeera has tried to stay on top of the story. But in general, I get friends who message me, colleagues who message me from around the world, and like, oh, it's so great that everything in Kenya has been resolved. It's so great that, you know, everything in Kenya has been fixed. And, you know, as a Kenyan, you're like, well, actually, we've kind of gone out of the frying pan into the fire in many ways. But just very quickly, by way of background, in June 25th, precisely, the National Assembly in Kenya tried to pass what is known as a finance bill. And a finance bill is essentially the law that gives the government a strategy of how it's going to raise money to fund the budget. So the budget's already passed in April. And the finance bill is basically, these are the measures that we're going to take in order to finance that budget. And usually it is to do with fiscal policy, taxation, is to do with how money will be allocated into different offices and government targets and things like that. And usually the passing of the finance bill is a very calm process. It's a bureaucratic act, but this finance bill comes at the end of many years of crisis, of mismanagement, of corruption, and at a time in which people are very tired. And I've written in great deal about this, so I'm not going to go into great detail, but essentially, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. There was efforts to increase taxes on very basic staples, not least of which is sanitary towels, but bread and increasing taxes on services that are being provided, reducing allocations for cancer treatment, and reducing allocations for school meals for public school students and things like that. And sort of reading this finance bill, to me, the thing that really stood out is how austerity happens in the body, right? It happens to people on a very physical level. Like all of these economists and economic experts sit in a room and they come up with ideas and in abstraction. And really, the layer of abstraction in Kenya has to do with the fact that a lot of the austerity measures that were being promoted were coming from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, as a precondition for releasing future financing for Kenya. So there's an abstractness to economics that sort of takes the physical out of the realm, that it's just numbers and we're just adding up numbers and subtracting numbers. But in reality, these measures are happening on a very physical plane. It is women's bodies in relation to menstruation, in relation to access to menstrual hygiene products. It is people's ability to feed themselves. When we had the COVID crisis, they talked about, oh, if we increase breads, people will just use substitutions. And really what we saw is that people just stopped eating regularly. I was part of networks that were trying to help people in informal settlements absorb the impact of the COVID crisis. And we just saw people just stopped eating in urban areas because they didn't have access to this mythical alternatives. We see with school meals, sort of taking food out of the plates of children means that fewer kids will show up to school. Some of these free meals are the reason why people send their kids to school, because it's the alternative is having to feed them at home and not being able to do that financially. So it just got me thinking about how austerity and this disembodiment that happens within economics, and how economies are actually, or the idea of the economy and the idea of managing an economy, the violence that austerity brings happens in the body. And that's kind of one of the grains of thought that I wanted to explore in this conversation with you. And I'm just going to submit, like I said, this was not the original topic that I was going to speak about. I was asked to give this talk many months ago, but it has occupied every crevice of my mind for the last a few weeks, and has also allowed me to bring together threads that had been coalescing in my research for a long time about digital technology and embodiment and disembodiment, and sort of adding this layer of, to build on what Charmaine was saying in her introduction, that we've received this Western canonical knowledge that digital technologies are disembodied things and things that happened in abstraction, but in actual fact, they are always bodies and there's always a materiality to it. And there is something to the way in which Western methods of knowing or ontology and epistemologies are so centered on disembodiment, and we live with the consequences of that, and how disembodiment brings consequences. So that's generally sort of where the origin of this conversation is, and I hope to hear more from you as we go along. To go back to the finance bill, as you might have seen, the finance bill was very poorly received, and people protested. And the really immediate reason why people protested in Kenya was that the government was not listening, that we have a public participation process that happens before bills get submitted into parliament. There are public hearings, people submit memorandum and things like that. And Usually, honestly, the government doesn't read the memos. I've written several memos about several bills, and I can tell that they don't read them. And people go to and the most effective ways when people show up to these meetings, and they have to have them in multiple counties, and they air their grievances. And there was an unprecedented mobilization. People went and they said, if you tax sanitary towels, you're going to drive young girls out of school. If you withdraw school meals, you're going to force kids out of school. Why are you funding this and not that? We've seen this in unprecedented expansion in the executive over the last 15 years, and in the last 2.5 years especially. We have the office of the first lady being formalized as an office with a staff. We have 50, they're called faith intercessors, who are on staff with the first lady's office, and they're receiving a salary, and their job is allegedly to pray for the government, because you can't be prayed for free, apparently. And we have, the office of the prime cabinet secretary, which is an unconstitutional office, which has been challenged, and that is fully funded, and that has a staff. But not only that, his wife, the office of the wife of the prime cabinet secretary, with a staff, paid for. But you're telling us that we can't pay for school meals, and we can't pay for we have to tax sanitary towels, and we have to tax motor vehicles, and we have to raise all of these various taxes. And so it's a culmination of an economic crisis that had been brewing since the Kenyatta administration, which Ruto was a part of, which was crazy on borrowing, but also this immediate sense of, why aren't you listening to what we're saying? Why are you sort of forcing this bill through, even we've said explicitly that we don't want it? And people went out to the street, and the protests were peaceful for the most part, but it stopped being peaceful the moment the police got involved. And this is why in my writing I call this a polycrisis, because on one hand, there's the economic crisis, the tax crisis, the borrowing crisis. At the same time, there is the legitimacy crisis. The government people don't believe that this is the best administration to run the country. And then there's the policing crisis, which has been going probably since the colonial era, that the police in Kenya, by design, believe that their primary function is to defend the private property of initially the white colonial community, subsequently the community, the wealthy people that inherited that land. Their job is to stand between ordinary people and the private property of wealthy people. And you see this in the way that the police beat, shot, killed people. Anybody who set foot on parliament was, hounded. People were showing up dead, young men, university graduates who filmed themselves after breaching parliament, thrown into reservoirs, and there's there was a symbolism to that really shook me as an individual. I think it shook a lot of people, is that parliament is supposed to be a symbol of government, right? There's only 2 buildings in Kenya that are protected by their own act of parliament. One of them is parliament, and the other one is the Macmillan Library, which is a whole other story. And these young men went into parliament, and by the accounts people who were there, they ate lunch in they took some food from the parliamentary cafeteria, and then they tried to walk out. And the police responded by opening fire. And the image that will stay with me probably for the rest of my life is a young man dead at the entrance of parliament with his brains sort of on the road. And I'm sorry for the graphic image, but it's one of the reasons why I've been thinking so much about the body, and how all of these young people's bodies have been on display, have been targets, not because they have done anything, but because they are interfering with the property of the state, so parliamentary grounds, with the ability of people to make money. So by protesting, by gathering, by expressing dissent, they're interfering with the normal running of the state, by interfering with the desire to accumulate, and they're being punished by death. And we're saying that the bodies, the lives of all of these young people are worth less than the property, are worth less than whatever the capacity to accumulate, are worth less. And I think there's there is a sense of expendability that is embedded within the way in which police especially treat young men from poor backgrounds. Right now, the police are, as of yesterday, rampaging through poor neighborhoods, opening fire, shooting at people unprovoked, shooting into very they're not informal settlements, but they're unplanned neighborhoods, very densely populated, unplanned neighborhoods, opening fire into crowds. And there's a physicality to it that I'm sort of trying to toss around in my head that when the violence of austerity must be imposed upon the people using force and this rejection of dissent and this rejection of pushback, that the only way to govern is through the use of force. But there was this another story that within that also got me thinking about the body. So there's this poly crisis, and then there was women, these bodies of women that were found in a dump site. So there are two conflicting narratives about this. The police line is that there was a serial killer, and that is what you might have seen in the internet. They arrested a young man and they said that he was a serial killer. He says that he was tortured and he was forced to confess to crimes that he didn't commit. So that was his statement in court. The other piece of the story is that when the police went on the rampage in Githurai after the first night of protests, there was a small-scale internet shutdown, a telecommunications shutdown, so the information was not coming out of Githurai. And the story is that the police opened fire in a market while market women were shutting down for the day and killed a number of market women, and the bodies were dumped at this dump site, which is just next to the police station. And this is what people in informal settlements are screaming, and they're saying that these women were bound and tied. One of them had a child with her. These were not sort of serial killer stories. These were people who were, not it doesn't fit the pattern that the police are saying. And again, just thinking about women's bodies specifically in these narratives of austerity and how specific violence comes to women's bodies by the way in which we do this neoliberal politics and the way we do this abstraction. We try to do budgeting and we try to do governance in abstraction, and the specific violences that are experienced by women as a result. This is sort of the landscape in which a lot of the thinking that I'm doing right now is happening. I think the situation in Kenya is emblematic of many things that all of us need to pay attention to. I think that we are entering an age of austerity. It's been happening in many parts of the world. Kenya is not the first country to be on the wrong side, in Africa even, to be on the wrong side of these austerity measures. Zambia is still trying to process. Malawi, the devaluation of the kwacha sort of hitting many people hard, hitting women as subsistence farmers, as people who are on the front line of these microeconomies, hitting them particularly hard. And how we think about the body as a site for politics and as a site for state violence, and resist this sort of Western ontological urge to render things abstract and to take the body out of the equation and to remain on this plane in which we are grappling with ideas and not with how ideas land and where they land, which is primarily on people, and it's a physicality to it that I think needs to be worked out a little bit more. So the last piece that I again, with this context that is sort of staying with me, is this the missing people and the silences, social silences that comes from that. We've seen a wave of abductions of protesters, of young people who are creating content online, of people who, the same police who can't find a cop who was, there's a video of a police officer shooting a protester at point blank range, and the official police statement is that we don't have enough evidence. But if a person, same young person goes online and posts a government protest, sort of a poster in support of protest, the police will show up at their house, pick them up, and detain them. And we've seen a wave of abductions of protesters. And the in law, there's this concept of, and I might be pronouncing this wrong because it's one of those words that you read but you don't actually hear. Habeas corpus, show us the body, right? There's a demand that you can make in law that if someone is taken by the police, forget about charges, all of that, just show us the person. You have to bring the person into court to make sure that they're okay. And it feels like there's an ongoing habeas corpus petition in the country whereby we are still looking for so many young people who have gone missing, simply by expressing dissent. And again, there's this physicality that to the policing crisis that is really part of the problem, is that disappearances, abductions, this is part of how the Kenya police operate: arbitrary arrests, detentions, and killings. And we're experiencing now a sense of urgency because it's affecting people who are at the sort of at the center of the country. But at the periphery of the country, this is how the Kenya police have always done. If you are Somali, if you are Muslim in Mombasa, sort of disappearances have been the MO of the Kenya police since 1920, when the Kenyan police was founded. And so, again, this is something that I'm tossing around, is the state violence happening at the level of abduction. And I think about how, on the other hand, this can also be mobilized as a way of protest, and people are doing it. We're going to police stations and we're saying, produce this person, produce this person. I think of the Madras movement in Argentina, which became an epicenter for resistance to the Pinochet dictatorship, because of these mothers saying, where is my son? Where is my daughter? Where are all of these political activists who have been kidnapped by the Pinochet regime? And closer to home, Wangari Maathai, with the mothers of political prisoners movement, where are every week gathering outside Nyayo House to demand the release of political prisoners, and that becoming an epicenter of political revolution. And so it's mothers using their bodies, putting their bodies on the line against authoritarian leadership to demand an end to abduction and to an end to police violence. So, but broadly, that's kind of the origin of the thinking. And I've been thinking about bodies in the course of my research in tech, because I've been writing about the materiality of digital technology and how the absence of materiality in the way in which we develop and deploy digital technology is a crucial part of the puzzle, as to why we must think more critically about our tech narratives. With artificial intelligence, the narrative is that artificial intelligence is going to revolutionize the way we do everything, the way we do health, the way we do banking, the way we do socializing, dating. Bumble, one of the biggest dating apps in the world, is famously deploying AI on users to try and not just learn how people date or have sex or whatever, but also to change that and to gather that data and to sort of quote unquote optimize it. But very few of us hear about the fact that the average cooling center for artificial intelligence consumes more water than a small country, more electricity than a medium-sized country. The largest cooling center in Texas, is causing significant health impacts to the people who live in the neighborhood, just by virtue of the amount of heat that it generates, by the amount of electricity that it consumes. And people are saying they don't want cooling centers in their neighborhoods anymore, just because of the disruption that they cause. The consuming AI cooling towers, there's one, I think, also in Texas, that consumes as much water as Sweden, which is not a small amount of water if you think about it. And as we're saying that African countries, as developing countries, must embrace AI, and AI is the future, as the University of Nairobi proposes a master's degree in artificial intelligence, we thought about the materiality of technology in a way in which we're not compounding harm, in a way in which we're not leading ourselves down to a road, just like with austerity, whereby we are engendering violence that's going to be meted out on the physical realm, even though we've created this idealized narrative at the theoretical, at the abstract frame. The absence of bodies and the absence of physical selves in the way in which we talk about digital technology again, to me, cuts both ways. Just like when we can see sort of the way in which mothers use the absence, the kidnappings, as a way of mobilization, it cuts both ways. On one hand, as I argued in my research, this digital democracy, the ability to use avatars online, to be able to hide behind an avatar online, can provide a measure of safety and can provide a measure of freedom for people. And we're seeing this with the protests in Kenya, that people who are able to use humor and are able to use sort of secret accounts and things like that are able to say more than people who are sort of hiding or using their real names and their real presence. Initially, they were able to do that more. I think one of the big significant shifts that's happened with this particular wave of protests is that there's a lot of real name people who are standing behind what they're saying. So it's no longer hiding. People are speaking out as themselves. But avatars, the use of avatars has been one of the main ways through which people have sought safety against a retributive state. The other hand, though, is that that anonymity allows also then for other kinds of violence to be meted out against people. And we've seen, for example, there was someone who was tracking the emergence of bot accounts when William Ruto, the president of Kenya, was launching his spaces. There was an uptick in these accounts that had never tweeted before, had never been on social media before, and suddenly they were all saying exactly the same thing, sort of to feign popularity, to pretend that there are more people who were tuned into the space than were actually there. So on one hand, you had this very organic coming together of people who came online and were able to air their grievances. I tuned into this one space that lasted, I think it lasted 12 hours end to end. And it was over 50,000 people airing their political grievances. And I joked about it, but I'd never seen so many Kenyans swear in public in my entire life. But on the other hand, this ability to pretend for governments to use the tools of social media to mobilize public opinion, that's also part of the conversation. Within feminist thought, and this is really the overarching question that I'm grappling with, what does it mean to be a feminist in moments like this? What does it mean to be a feminist and to be an African woman, an African feminist in moments like this? African feminist thought has grappled with the idea of the body extensively. I'm using a lot of the work that Oyerunke Oyewumi has done on this particular issue, and gender and biologics, and how she questions the biologics of Western ontologies and sort of shifts that to say, well, these are not the biologics of African societies. Very briefly, her argument is that because Western philosophy is so rooted in what is seen, and sight is privileged over other senses in terms of mapping the world and shaping the world and defining the world and articulating the world. The physical body has a disproportionate emphasis in Western ontologies, that white men, European men, experience a bodilessness. They are fundamentally walking intellects, quote unquote, because their bodies are the default, and the rest of us live in an ontological plane in which we are qualified. So our ability to experience the world is qualified by virtue of what can be seen. And so in Western, the reason why Western feminism has to spend so much time unpacking the body and sort of grappling with sexism and the constructed nature of gender is that Western feminism writes in opposition to Western sort of humanism let's go with humanism, which is sort of saying the rest of you are what white man is not. And I'm probably sort of doing a disservice to her argument, but this bodilessness as the default is replicated in the way in which digital technologies are developed and deployed because Western philosophy dominates the way in which digital technologies are developed and deployed, that we have been for the last couple of years living in a space of bodilessness that doesn't think about how old people experience technology, doesn't think about how people with disabilities experience technology, doesn't think about how Africans experience it, doesn't think about how anybody who is not the default experiences technology, because it is founded on this idea of Western ontological bodilessness. A great example is the way in which digital technologies were deployed in the COVID era, right? And this was a global problem. It was not an African problem. When everything went online and we all had to do everything sort of from registering for vaccines to everything online. I was just reading an article, a letter to the editor that was in the Financial Times 2 weeks ago. And this older woman was talking about how the way in which NHS services have shifted to online completely excludes her as an 87-year-old woman because she doesn't have very good eyesight. She doesn't have a reliable internet connection at home. And they send her codes and they ask her to scan QR codes and they ask her to do all these things. And she doesn't know how to do them. And there's no one to tell them. When you go to a service desk, there isn't a human being behind there. There is an app. You know, that yesterday my luggage got delayed and I wasn't able to talk to a human being. I had to go and scan my boarding pass and type in the details, and that was it. And we don't think about how people who are not able-bodied, people who are not young, people who have a hard time reading, their experiences of digital technology are not the default because of this Western bodilessness that assumes that the white able-bodied man is at the center of digital technology, and therefore there is no reason to make all of these accommodations. And this is really at the heart of the research that I'm doing right now, which is thinking about how can we challenge this fundamentally, this concept of bodilessness as is embraced in artificial intelligence specifically, but really in general, how we think about digital technologies. Now, I want to say before I move into the heart of this is bodies, there's conflicting definitions that are out there of embodiment and disembodiment. So on one hand, embodiment is used to define sort of being present in the body. And we see this in a lot of feminist writing, that to be embodied is to be fully present in your body, to be able to experience, move around the world in your body. And to be disembodied is to be taken out of the body. And you can be disembodied through trauma, you can be disembodied through violence, the way that we've seen in the protest movement in Kenya. But embodiment, as Oyewumi uses it, is to be measured solely, primarily through the lens of what your body is. And to be disembodied is to be able to exist on a different, without sort of being quote unquote constrained by your body. And so the distinction is basically to be embodied as a woman is that you are tied up, your ability to be in the public sphere, to be in the world is bound up by your physicality. And that you, for example, when they say sort of women can't govern, and we see these narratives in Kenya right now, the opposition proposing men as the reconciliation, sort of their reconciliation team with the government, which is a whole other story, but it's saying that a person's capacity to lead is bound up by the body in which they come in. And that because you are a woman and you came into this package with a woman's body, that you are not capable of leadership. For Oyewumi, this is a challenge that goes beyond sort of Western male ontologies. It's also a critique of Western feminist ontologies, because Western feminist ontologies also remain in this debate about bodies and not necessarily about who people are. And this challenge, she's challenging sort of second wave feminist thought that sort of says, well, to become free, a woman must become a man. Not that to become free, we must all sort of rise above this notions of embodiment. And there's a whole other conversation to be had about that. But I find that to be a very interesting argument, because then, well, what is an African feminist? What does it mean to be an African feminist in this particular concern? how do we acknowledge the realities of inequality and the realities of exclusion, marginalization, without sort of re-emphasizing these um, notions of embodiment that really say, well, because we come in these packages, we are incapable or we are necessarily burdened in specific ways. And I don't have an easy answer for that. It's just something that I'm grappling with. And again, come back to the question, what does it mean to be an African feminist in times like this? Um, for me, what I see is that digital technologies makes, as I said, disembodiment possible. It makes it possible for us to exist outside our physical selves, and that cuts both ways. There is so much, the body is such a crucial part of the way in which technology has played out, even though it is not sort of prefigured in the way in which technologies are developed and deployed. One of the scandals that comes to mind is the Gamergate scandal, which is essentially that um, for those of you who, this is a while back, but gamers are really one of the communities that drove the popularity of social media and still keeps to sustain the popularity of social media in popular culture. Twitch is still a very popular and profitable space, for example. And gamers are the perfect example of how avatars can create equality, but at the same time, or the appearance of equality, but at the same time can introduce certain contradictions that come down to embodiment versus disembodiment. Um, Very quickly, these women were complaining about sexism in gaming, and they were saying about how they were receiving a lot of harassment. At the moment they revealed that they were women in these gaming communities, they received a great deal of harassment. And one person wrote about it, and the backlash, the sexist backlash that she received was so intense and so violent, and it escalated a lot of the harms that we talk about in social media and digital tech. The nomenclature actually arises from this particular scandal. So we're thinking about doxing, we're thinking about swatting, calling the SWAT team, which is the elite security unit of the US, giving them the address of a female gamer and telling them that she was a terrorist, and then the SWAT team shows up at your house, right? And that could, American police, that could end very badly. This all is sort of happens in the ephemera of Gamergate and this Gamergate scandal. But it really, again, drives home this idea that disembodiment can cut both ways. The imagination that gaming is a space that had no women in it makes it possible for all of these sexist tropes and sexist conversations about women to happen on these spaces. And the moment that women embodied themselves by saying, I exist as female in this platform, they were targeted for harm because they were women, not just sort of in general. And this has been a pattern that has repeated across social media and has repeated across various digital technologies. That how do we grapple with the reality that pretending that we are all avatars doesn't work? But the moment in which women are embodied in digital technology, they become targets for very specific forms of gendered harm. And you could sort of extend this to think about materiality more broadly, that when we take materiality off the table with digital technologies, we can pretend that we live in this environment in which tech is an infinite resource. Data is an infinite resource that doesn't that can be tapped by anyone for profitability measures. But the moment you expand our understanding of what tech is, when you think about the water, the cooling towers, the electricity that is required to run AI, the raw material of people's intellectual labor that is called open source, but isn't actually open source. Someone, did labor into that, and then sort of OpenAI is turning that into financing, into a product, into a valuation. Once you start to think about materiality in this way, it challenges a lot of the assumptions that are at the heart of the narratives about digital technology. It challenges our notions of who or what is at the center of what tech is. And so I think for me, this is what the bodies and sort of reinserting physicality into the way we think about digital tech, this is the real value, is that it upends the narrative and challenges us to think deeper and think more critically about why we should all be online if we don't necessarily need to be online, why this inevitability narrative is so problematic, why this idea of not providing alternatives, of not thinking about how people who are not able-bodied white men experience digital technology, why not thinking about that is deeper than just an oversight, but is actually a systemic problem that is rooted in these processes of disembodiment. And I come back to the fundamental question for me, which is, again, what does it mean to be a feminist in this particular, what does it mean to be an African feminist in this moment? And I'm going to leave you with three problems, questions, things that I'm grappling with, and hopefully we can sort of co-create in the question and answer session. Individual ethics is something that's really important. What is our obligation as feminist scholars? What are our obligations to think about, to grapple with, to work with the terrain? You see all of these yes girl sort of we have a Black woman who's in charge of technology that is destroying the world. We have a Black man who is in charge of an African man who is in charge of, developing military grade software that is being used to destroy Palestinian people. So individual ethics, I think, must be part of the interrogation that feminists of that must be part of the feminist work that is being done in this space. For me, in relation to Kenya, I can see what's happening. I mean, I literally, wrote a whole book about social media and the transformation of Kenyan politics. And I can see how all of these young people are using digital technologies in specific ways to resist state violence. But I've so far declined invitations to write about these things because I kind of feel like a snitch. And it feels like, because I know that my work is visible to power, to be able to put that feels like putting a target on people's heads. And so, what are the individual ethical demands for feminists working in moments like this, where disembodiment is keeping people safe, but is it my job to sort of, is it our jobs to sort of give, if we don't speak up, what happens in that absence? So that's one thing. As feminists also, to what extent do we have an obligation to place our own bodies on the line in moments of revolution and in moments of upheaval? And, because revolution is empty without people. Digital technology, my argument has always been it matters. It doesn't necessarily matter in the linear way that people want it to matter. It's not that because 20,000 people tweeted, now 20,000 people are going to be on the streets. But if 20,000 people said something and it creates an environment in which 10,000 people feel safer to go and protest, then that's a shift. And that's an important shift that needs to be acknowledged and put in its rightful place. But what obligations do we have to put our own bodies on the line as we think about revolution and we theorize revolution, and also think about the future of technology? And I have always personally resisted. I noticed this very early on in my writing career, that because Nanjala is such an unusual name, most people, when they see what I write about, they assume that I'm a man. And there's always, every couple of months, there's always someone in my social media who's like, I had no idea that you're a woman. And sort of the ethics of embodying yourself, and in parallel, putting your own body on the front line of revolution, I think is something that as feminists we have to grapple with. And finally, the neoliberal element, and this loops back to what I started with austerity and the violence of austerity, that most of our digital technology is capitalist neoliberal. These people don't run these websites, these platforms for the public good. They run them to make money. And our participation and our encouragement and our sort of drawing attention to these platforms is contributing towards this broader neoliberal agenda. The University of Nairobi is being gutted in the name of we're going to be a STEM university. We are going to be an AI first university. And that is part of the matrix of concerns that we as feminists need to grapple with. What is this? What are we in the way in which we're thinking about digital technologies and our shared digital futures? Are we making a neoliberal, consumptive, sort of extractive future possible? And are we part of sort of this, just by endorsing this, I call this Yes Queen narrative of feminism? Oh, we have an African person who's in charge of Google, an African woman who's in charge of Facebook in South Africa. Yes, Queen, this is progress. Are we shooting ourselves in the foot sort of further down the line? I know I've gone a little bit over my time. I apologize for that. These are many, many, many thoughts, but I hope that they have shed light on things, and I hope, and I'm really excited to get into the conversation with you. They are very scattered thoughts. It's still very early days, and all I can ask is that you sort of keep Kenya in your thoughts, and I hope that we can co-create something that will lead towards a peaceful resolution, a productive resolution, a just resolution of the issues that we're facing today. Thank you for your time. Chair, I hand back.
Thank you so much, Nanjala, for that powerful and wide-ranging keynote. You definitely put your own body on the line, and I thank you for that. And you reminded us of the complications of embodiment and disembodiment, and also brought Kenya to the room while reminding us that Kenya is emblematic of a lot that's going on our continent. All our countries are heading towards austerity, if they are not in it already. And we are watching Kenya, and I think civil society organizations especially are learning a lot from the Kenya experience and how to deal with what our governments are doing to us. But it's important that you made the point that austerity is an experience of the body. People experience it in their bodies in all sorts of ways. And this includes the ways in which state violence has been used to silence people who have something to say. And I was especially also struck by your discussions of the materiality of technologies. And I think this was a good place to end. Your 3 questions are very valuable. I would like now to open the floor for questions, comments, and anything anyone wants to say. I have permission from the organizing committee to extend this discussion by another 20 minutes. So I'm grateful to them so that we could ask Nanjala some questions. She talks about co-creation at this stage, so let's embrace that spirit and ask questions and answer questions. Who wants to start? I'll also check to see whether there are questions from our participants online. Yes,
I don't know
please.
how to raise my hand, so I opened the mic.
Who has opened it? Oh, the person is online. Okay.
This is Kumba.
Yeah, so please take the floor. After you, we have somebody in the room. So go ahead.
This is Kumba. I don't know how to raise my hand. That's why I opened my mic. So sorry for people who raise their hand in the room. But just thank you so much for all that you present. And I just wrote it in the chat in solidarity with you and all Kenyans in these times. And I just want to echo first what you've been saying. What's happening in Kenya is really representing what is happening in other countries. In West Africa, particularly in Francophone West Africa, we're struggling, especially in countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger. We can talk more about it, but even historically, these austerity measures, is things that we've gone through. The devaluation of the CFA franc, if we look into it, went through the same process. I guess as you spoke, one of the differences that I noticed is how some of these bills in some of our countries are passed without even people noticing. Like you don't even know what's going on until it already happened to you. You wake up and the price of the bread is up and the price of something else is up, but nobody told you that, the IMF said this and the government had to vote and figure out where to find money. I think there is one thing that is shifting is the fact that people have the information about what's going on and when it's going to be voted and who's going to vote about it so that we can bring our bodies there to actually even protest it. So that's something I wanted to comment on. And I have a question and something that I'm also grappling with at this point, which is about the work that I'm currently involved in with bringing visibility to women and thanking women for their work. We call it invisible giants. And these days I've been connecting and working with people who have been telling me, the work that you're doing physically of bringing women and celebrating them and, writing their bios and getting people to know what they do. And we do it in physical spaces. The same invisibility is also on the web. Like if people look for women or people who do certain things, they're likely to not know or find, African women or African feminists or people that we value and think that what they do, as invisible as it is, it's important. And so I'm struggling about that because in one hand, I understand the necessity of visibility online. In the other hand, I realize that some of it, if we go down that road, and we're already in some ways, there's so much that is missing in doing things online. And who will we be visible to? Who will be finding us? Is that who we need to actually see us and find us and thank us? So it's something that I'm just struggling with, and your presentation, just bring it, home. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kumba, and lovely to see you online. So as you know, Kumba is one of the editors of Feminist Africa, and she could not be with us today. So there was a hand up there. Please tell us your name and then ask your question.
Hi, my name is Anwar Mahajne. I do have a couple of questions. So we talked about bodies in the context of kind of the use of these technologies, but I'm thinking about the experiences of bodies in the developing of these technologies. I'm thinking of what's happening in Gaza right now and the deployment of AI weaponry and how that eventually these technologies will be exported and sold. They're already being marketed right now, and it seems like the number of bodies, the more you have bodies, the more appealing these technologies are, especially brown bodies. And that brings me to the question of the developing process and governmentality, and how do you regulate these weaponry that it is powered by AI. So what is our role as feminists in kind of creating this a way to regulate the developing process, as well as what happens after it's being developed? And then there's the idea of how a lot of these protections that exist today for users, for people, they exist in the West. They're Western oriented, like the EU, they have frameworks. Some states in the US have framework. There's a big reliance on private companies to take responsibility for that, even with the regulations that the government have. And then there's the trust in the government to actually implement or do something about it. But what if the state is the source of violence and also the source of kind of legitimacy for acquiring such technologies, right? So that leaves minorities, brown bodies, oppositions in danger because you're selling that, but there are no regulations to protect people in these countries because their government itself is abusing these technologies. And there is no international framework to do that because nobody want to regulate them. They all want to develop them. So I feel that theoretical into how can we as feminists push for policy oriented or like for policies in a way that help mitigate the violence that comes in the developing process and also post that as well.
Thanks so much. Any more questions? Yes, please. Yeah.
Hi, my
And
name
then
is.
there are two hands here after them, in the middle.
Thank you, Prof. I'll be very brief. My name is Njiba Frehewat, and I'm an associate editor with Feminist Africa. So the presentation brought up sort of three things for me. One, with the question of, violence, the Kenyan police's sort of history of violence, and I'm remembering that we've just seen a second troop of a Kenyan police force land in Haiti, right? And so this sort of violence is now moving from Kenya to another African, country, which is grappling with its own internal contradictions as in relationship to colonialism, et cetera, et cetera. So that was one thing. And the silence of African countries, right, towards this sort of recolonization of Haiti. And then the second thing that I think is really important that was said was this question of how we think that STEM education or STEM plus A is going to sort of categorically save Africa for this development conversation. And it's really steering all of our universities. I know at UG, for example, we have more students, more people are talking about STEM, less are talking about humanities, and we believe falsely that this is going to develop, the continent when we know that the underdevelopment of the continent is maybe tied to, technology, but it's more so tied to neocolonialism. So I'm just wondering how to kind of grapple with this. And then the last piece around, AI and technology and sort of repression against sort of feminists, but then also there's class implications, right? Because everyone, like the 87-year-old who, can't read the texts or, doesn't know how to use a material or in spaces where digital currency is really what's driving, individuals, and you've got a maybe older woman who's having memory issues and she can't remember her PIN code. Like my mother, for example, can't remember her PIN code. So when she goes to the store, she's always locking out her ATM card, right? So these kinds of class-based issues really affect older women, and I think that's something we need to take into consideration. Thank you.
So please come to the middle here. You've got a mic, yes, and then after that, you here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I want to follow up on Anwar's question and add questions about accountability and complicity, and I'll talk more about that in my presentation tomorrow. But if we see what's happening currently in Gaza and see the intersection of the transnational elements also of how these technologies are used. We have Project Nimbus, we have facial recognition that's developed by Google, we have Meta sharing information on WhatsApp, and this is becoming a factory for maintaining that genocide currently at play in Gaza. So there are material consequences, but also our own complicity in these processes and questions of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. And so you have the floor.
Yeah, well, Isis has asked my question already, so my point, and so have you, Anwar. So I just want to build on that because... I'm sorry, I'm Amrita. I teach at University of Cape Town. And what Nanjala presented just now in her keynote, I think the image of that Kenyan protester lying visibly with the brains splattered in front of the parliament would remain with a lot of us. So would the physical presence and violence of the Kenyan police. But exactly what Anwar and Isis were pointing out, very often what becomes so scary now is the bodilessness of the technologies of violence, the technologies of genocide. And I think we need to keep talking about that, given that it's still unfolding in Gaza, and will unfold so much more in the future, because exactly it is being bought and sold even as the genocide unfolds. It's being bought and sold in markets, the kind of technologies of violence. So in some sense, because this is such an interdisciplinary and active conversation, we need to start thinking about how do we, so the South African case against Israel is built on being able to establish intent. How do you establish intent to destroy when things are happening through everyday technology, civilian technologies like predictive policing, which are hidden, masked, we don't see them. It's not the gun, it's not the bomb, it's the drones, it's the surveillance, which has been happening forever. So how do we bring perpetrators of this kind of violence to punish them, bring them to ground, if we cannot even establish the physicality? So let's chat about that as well.
Okay. Yes, please.
My name is Titilola Olojede, National Open University of Nigeria. Last year, I took a course on feminist foreign policy, and it was quite striking. So in the context of this discussion, my question is, how can Feminist Africa and IJFP lead the way in probably making a statement or recommendation from the feminist perspective on how to regulate, on digital regulation? That's one. My second question, it's probably a comment. In UNESCO recommendation on AI ethics, comprehensive as that document is because it has several policy areas. Policy number 8 talks about gender, and it emphasizes the need for STEM. And the discussion here, of course, has revolved around how STEM is not exactly the way to go when you're talking about, the issue of gender and which so as comprehensive as that document is, for me, that's one of the shortfall, thinking that STEM is going to do it and not having STEAM that incorporates arts and humanities. Again, I'm thinking what could probably be done from the feminist angle, IFJP and FA leading the way to, doing something around this area on the continent. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to turn away from the room, unfortunately, because we are running out of time. Swati Parasha online says, how do we build transnational conversations? I also learned that there are 2 people online who want to ask a question, questions. May I ask them to be brief? May I ask that they be very brief? There are 2 people online who wanted to ask questions. So you open your mic and speak now, and then I'll turn over the conversation to Nanjala.
Can I go ahead? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nanjala. That was really insightful. And I think mine is really just a comment, less a question. And it's really because I'm grappling with these ideas around kind of the history of austerity and how far we take it back in our conversations. And I think there's something about the disembodiment of austerity itself as a neoliberal project from the 1920s already, and its violence on bodies, and the way that it extracts both from nature and from the non-human and the human, and yet there's this flow of capital. So on the other side of the missing bodies in Kenya that you speak about is this missing capital that has been taken from those bodies, and where does it land, and how do we start paying attention to that kind of obscene wealth and violence?
Okay. Thank you very much for keeping it short as well. So can we hear from the second questioner?
I don't know if it is me, but can I,
yes.
This is Swati here. Should I quickly just expand on that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nanjala, for that great talk. Very insightful. You know, one of the things that we perhaps have lacked over the years is this South-South dialogue and how to actually make a conversation, you know, which is transnational, which includes a lot more dialogue between, you know, people in the Global South, feminists in the Global South. So how do we do that is something that that I was wondering if you had some thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swati. If there's nobody else online, then I would like to ask you, Nanjala, if you could react to some of these questions.
Sure, and I apologize in advance if I miss any. I tried to take notes as much as I could. Whose visibility do we want? Kumba's question. I think that's a fantastic question. Who do we want to be seen by? I think that's a really important question. I think on one hand, if you work with archives, you know how the silencing and the deliberate silencing of African women's voices has a deleterious effect on all of us, on how we understand the world and how we see the world. There's an article that we worked on with the current edition of Feminist Africa, I think, which I was talking about how, well, for me, my part was inspired a lot by this trying to put together this course that looked at how African women were involved in politics, in revolutionary politics since pre-independence. And I taught this course at the University of Denver. And sort of when you work with the archives in that way, you see how this conscious silencing of African women, you know, they were at the Manchester conference, but they're not recorded as attendees. They were at the Lancaster House conferences for independence, but they are not recorded as attendees. The first woman to be a member of parliament in Kenya, or a mayor in Kenya, was elected in 1961, and people didn't know about her until her passing, in sort of contemporary times, until her passing like 5 years ago. So there's a two-sidedness to that, is that we want the presence of women in the archives, and we want to be present in the way in which the history of the world is told. But the other side of it is exactly that. Whose visibility are we vying for? Who do we actually care about seeing us or not seeing us? All of which is to say, I don't have a simple answer. I think it's important for us to be in the archive. But I also resisted Wikipedia for many, many, many years. And now that it's up there, I don't think it has really changed my life, but I could be wrong, and it hasn't harmed me, I think, in any way, but I could be wrong. Short answer is I don't know. But I do want to get into this Haiti question. I actually was in Haiti several years ago, just after the earthquake. And one of the things that was very stark to me was, and I wrote about this in my second book, on one hand, as an African woman, I was having a qualitatively different experience of Haiti than all of the Americans who were in my group. And my experience of Haiti was, you know, I had a really good time. I went to Carnival, I went to the beaches, I traveled alone, and I didn't feel singled out, whereas the people that I was there with had to travel in convoys and had this heightened security presence and couldn't because they were white. And it was one of the first experiences that got me thinking about how much of our perception of Haiti is, and I'm not negating the very real political crisis that's happening in Haiti, the very real policing violence crisis that is in Haiti. What I'm challenging is the idea that there is no capacity in Haiti to resolve it. And there is no space within Haiti to resolve it. Part of Haiti's problem, as you rightfully observed, is the way in which the place that Haiti occupies in the neoliberal capitalist sort of penumbra of the United States. And it's not just for the formal economy. It's not just being sort of at the tail end of we want you to shift from growing traditional crops to growing rice for the American market. It's not just that, it's also the drug trade. And we don't talk enough about how much the global drugs trade is part of the capitalist problem. And I'm very much pro decriminalization. My thing is, in the world in which we live in right now, Colombian women are suffering because of the cocaine trade. The Ecuadorian government is being destabilized because of the global cocaine trade. Mexico is unsafe for women in a big part because of narco politics. And Haiti is being destabilized in a big part because of the global narco trade. West Africa is the same. Kenya is part of that. Afghanistan is part of that. And so the response to me is not criminalization, it's not that more state violence. The response is, what is it about the ethics? Our idea of who a drug user is often flawed. We often assume that the default drug user is a person on the street, but actually a lot of drug use is happening in C-suites and in boardrooms and in the toilets of investment banks across the world. And so when thinking about Haiti, I think we also have to expand our understanding of where the problem lies and where the solutions could lie. And I don't know that sending Kenyan police officers who are incapable of policing outside a colonial matrix is going to resolve the problem. We have major problems with the way in which drugs are policed in Kenya and the state violence that comes from that. And so all of that is to say that, yeah, I think that Haiti, as much as there are all of these crises, there's also this other issue, which is a perception issue, is that I don't think that Haiti is being seen on its own terms. I think it's being refracted through a capitalist lens, and I think that has serious consequences. And yes, I agree that I don't think the Kenyan police are part of the solution. How can we as feminists participate in the regulatory conversation? I want to combine this with the question about UNESCO and sort of the tech governance question, because I think the answer is both of them. One of the problems that we have with tech regulation, and I say this as a person who's been in many of these conversations, is the myth that wealth equals intellect equals morality. And that myth has enchanted so many people in Western governments that for many years they have allowed for what is called self-regulation, that the tech companies will figure it out because, good grief, these guys are so rich, they must be so smart. They must be. Google said they're going to do no evil. Who are we to doubt that, right? And so self-regulation was basically do whatever you want, because when the valuations of these companies go up, then the on-paper value of the country goes up. But once you start to dismantle that myth, and you start to see that actually what we've created are highly efficient extractive mechanisms. Before COVID-19, rather the COVID-19 pandemic created 20 new billionaires in the world. But there wasn't an increase in productivity, and there wasn't an increase or whatever. What it was a huge transfer of wealth from poor people, from poor countries to rich countries. And tech, in my understanding, as a business, operates along similar lines. Every time you buy something off Amazon, you are putting money in Jeff Bezos' pocket. Every time, and I say this, I participate, there is no ethical consumption under this framework. I participate too. Every time I tweet, every time I say Twitter is being used for a revolution and I encourage people to get a Twitter account, I'm participating in that. That's creating Elon Musk's wealth. But Elon Musk isn't making anything it's a real, or rather, maybe that's an oversimplification, but it's a reallocation of money that I think needs to be critically interrogated. And so now governments around the world are starting to realize that self-regulation is a problem. That actually what happens is eventually these companies get overtaken by this growth at all costs, this sort of extract mentality, that it becomes dangerous to society in general. So the risk that Facebook presented to American democracy didn't arise just because they were bad people who were like, that was not new. People had been pointing out that there was I wrote about digital democracy, came out in 2018, and was already writing about how people were using social media networks to influence political conversation. It wasn't until it started to affect Western countries and suddenly it became a regulatory priority. And part of the reason was this myth of self-regulation, of inherent goodness. And that comes back to, in very simple terms, the fetishization of wealth. And this idea that if a person is rich, there must be good. That is a very uncomfortable conversation to have in regulatory circles. Even the EU, which has pushed one of the most comprehensive regulatory frameworks in the world, backed off at several points because they were like, we don't want to be seen as stifling innovation. But what is this innovation? When people are not building new things, they're developing new ways of collecting and monetizing data. Bumble is not revolutionizing data. Bumble is collecting people's information about their sexual preferences and about their dating lives and turning that into, data that they can sell. There are very few tech companies that are actually doing anything else. It is harvesting data so that they can be sold and acquired by Google, by OpenAI, by Microsoft, make an exit, take that money, and go and be rich somewhere else. So one of the reasons why I'm doing all of this work with African feminism is because I believe, and African feminism in digital technologies, because I believe that that is the paradigm that needs to be challenged. All of this other stuff is nibbling at the edges, when really the heart of it is a fetishization of wealth, a logic of extraction, a dematerialization of tech, this rendering abstract of data, of things. And I'm not the first person to propose all of these things. These are things that other people have been doing. What I'm hoping is novel is bringing all of these things together in a single place and applying them to the way we think about regulation, because that's the problem to me, is there's no other industry in the world in which we defer to the people who are making the things that are breaking the things to make the rules to fix it. Can you imagine if someone was selling poisonous food and the regulator said, well, you tell us, how do you want to be regulated? How do you want us to manage the poison? Can you imagine? It doesn't happen in any other industry. Why does it happen in digital technology? Because we think these people are better than us because they're rich. And because by virtue of that, we give them power. Now, Bill Gates is writing food policy and is writing, right? Elon Musk is being invited to things that he doesn't know anything about. Jeff Bezos is suddenly in charge of conservation. He doesn't know anything about conservation. Why is that? It's because we think rich people are good. And that, I think African feminism is something that writes against that and tells us Ubuntu is not something that is attained by your material possessions. It's something that is attained by your relationship with other human beings. And that's kind of why I'm trying to bring all this together. I hope I've answered your question. The last question was genocide in Gaza. I didn't have a chance to get into that, but it's definitely part of that conversation. And I think another interesting thing, and this goes also to the how do we do the South-South collaboration question. OpenAI did a lot of their back end. This one big space that where bodilessness is having this deleterious effect in digital tech is in content moderation and is in the way AI is cleaned up. When Microsoft first launched their AI, it took about 36 hours for it to become racist. Why did it become because 60 to 70% of what is online is garbage. It is racist, it is sexist, it is violent, it is all of that stuff. Most of what is online is bad. 30% of it is good and like 10% of it is neutral. We as researchers, as people who like to think of ourselves as good, we're sort of operating in this 30%, 40% rarefied air. But the biggest Facebook groups are unfortunately, very violent, very homophobic, very misogynistic. They're groups that are trading in child pornography. It is a cesspool. So when you build an open source technology that's scraping off the entire internet, and remember that AI is essentially a probability machine. It is essentially just putting together the things that have the highest probability of showing up. That's what large language models do. If most of it is garbage in, garbage out, it's going to generate garbage. So that's why Microsoft's first AI product became racist in like 36, I think it was like 36 hours. So how did they fix that problem? People, bodies, Kenyan people, Samasaurs, sat there day after day consuming the worst garbage on the internet, taking it out of the data set so that OpenAI could be less toxic. This is also part of the matrix in which AI is being tested and deployed in Gaza. Right now, the UK government is launching what they call a smart border. It's being piloted at Stansted Airport. And basically, it means when you walk through the border, you don't have to speak to a border official. You don't even have to take out your passport. It's a facial recognition scan, and you just kind of go through and it's running. That technology, piloted, tested, perfected in Gaza. That is how Musab Abu Toha was pulled out of the line, a poet who was trying to escape the genocide in Gaza, pulled out of the line and detained in Israel because they were walking through containers that had facial recognition technology, and it's being tested and perfected on Palestinians. We have records of what the military applications are. And it's important for people who operate in this space to never lose sight of the fact that the largest investors, many of these companies, it's military. It's military applications that are being perfected. It's, DARPA sort of being one of the founding funders and having seats on the boards and all of that stuff. That's part of the story as well. If we are experiencing staying in the 30% and not interrogating what's happening in the 70%, which is that we are being optimized for extraction, we're being optimized for military applications, that we're doing ourselves a disservice. And so it's very much part of this feminist analysis that has to happen, these deeper uncomfortable questions. And they are so uncomfortable because tech is so sexy right now and everybody should be doing AI, and AI is great. I always feel like such a Cassandra when I'm in these conversations because I'm not anti-tech. I have a phone. I'm speaking to you right now thanks to digital technology. What I'm saying is what African feminism demands is a consciousness that we are entering into these spaces into, and that we are interrogating ontologies and epistemologies in a much more foundational way than simply, the presence of an African woman on the board makes this a good organization. And that loops back to the South-South question. Write your stories, share your stories. If we hadn't read about Israel is one of the largest exporters of surveillance technology, and African countries and Asian countries, India, some of the biggest consumers of surveillance technology that is perfected on Palestinians first. The if we don't read those stories, we don't necessarily see the threads that connect us. So, you know, let's keep consuming each other's works. Let's keep participating in fora like this. Let's keep dismantling the imperial networks of citation practice and academic sort of where our work only matters as long as it's filtered through, it goes through Oxford and then goes to India, as opposed to why don't we just talk to each other? Why can't I just talk to India directly? I hope I've answered, those were very many questions. I hope I've answered all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Nanjala. The room has spoken. Thank you for bringing your pain and trauma about what's going on in Kenya into this room. It has allowed us to speak about Gaza, to speak about Haiti, and to speak about many unspeakable things happening in the world. Sadly, you are not here with us to continue this conversation, but I want to assure you that many of the things you spoke about and the questions that came from the room and online will accompany us in this 4-day conversation, because it's really an opening into many of the things we want to talk about in this conference. So, and I also thank you for your questions and your participation. This has been a great start. I think we didn't play. We went straight into the heavy stuff. So it basically tells you that we mean business in this conference. So I want to bring this session to an end. Apologize to you for my bad timekeeping. Things were so compelling, I didn't know what to do. So sorry about that. Charmaine and the team will fix it. So at this point, if you have any announcements, can you come forward and make them? How long is our break? When should we restart? Thank you.
Yes, that's the key question, yeah? Normally we have half an hour every day, but what I suggest today is we take 20 minutes. That means we come back at 11:30, and we bear in mind that this means all our subsequent activities will have that time added to it, okay? So enjoy. The tea break is in the garden, so yeah. See you soon.
Thank you. Are you going to be here? Are you going to be here during the I'm leaving my laptop.
Recording stopped.
the things we're stressing out about have all been fixed. I look really. We have to have a long.
I was that and hey, did you see the thing?
They are not afraid. Oh no, I think that was one hard thing for him to do.
Yes,
the funding of it.
Yes, yes.
I had to explain social capital.
Oh. It's going to benefit the institute.
I think it is. Yeah. This is like, no, this is cool. The special issue. Oh, the best. It wasn't a fiction for your
I'll be done. I will be the most relaxed person in the world.
Yeah, he did. So the launch, just don't do anything unreasonable. Then we can do, it depends on the date you choose, sometimes we can do a hike. Okay, all right. So then the first day or not 1st October. No, that's okay. Okay, so towards the end of yeah.
I already on the stage.
We should do it
I don't want to be in.
Hi, my name is Vishal.
Hi, I'm Carmelisa.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Carmelisa. Yeah. No. Not really.
Hello, everyone. Could we settle down, please? And thank you. Closing the doors at the back. So Welcome back, everyone. This is the start of the Governance and Democracy Roundtable, plenary
Recording
roundtable.
recording stop. Recording in progress.
Okay. Yeah. So these roundtables ordinarily have 2 hours for them. So we will have to accept a shortened lunch hour. Okay? So I'll try and do justice to the conversations, to the presentations and presenters, but just bear in mind we have to be a bit quicker getting back into the room. So anyway, we have a very exciting lineup of people in this Governance and Democracy Roundtable. A number of the issues that we want to surface in this session have already been raised in the course of the keynote, but also questions and responses from the hall and online. So essentially, what we wanted to do in this roundtable is to allow participants an opportunity to speak to questions of governance and democracy in relation to digitalization and AI from their own perspectives, whilst also being able to promote discussion and critique of a range of questions, not only of some that have already been raised, like the governance of AI and digitalization and AI, of what, by whom, to what ends, but also questions like the formation of public opinion, the rise of populism in so many parts of not only our continent but elsewhere in the globe. The addiction to digital connection that the presence and use of many digital devices have given rise to, and what different perspectives offer in terms of alternatives to the corporate capture of digital technologies. So, our lineup today, we have, I will just say everybody's names briefly, then give you their bios before calling on each person to speak for 10 minutes in a first round of presentations before getting back to them. So on my right is Marie-Thérèse Pang, who will address AI governance and coloniality. At the end of the table is Avantika Tevari, who will address social media governance. On my left is Wejdan Seba, who will address platform politics in the global south. And at the end is Carmelisa Rosario, who will address peace building and links to democracy. So that's just to give you a sense of the different subjects that this roundtable is intended to bring to the surface. So in terms of the people, their experience and so on, here's a sense of who we have. Marie-Thérèse Pang is an advocate working at the intersections of technology justice, environmental justice, and decoloniality within activism, policy, academia, and industry. Her academic works include decolonial theory as socio-technical foresight in artificial intelligence research, critical roles of global South stakeholders in artificial intelligence governance, and evaluating the social impact of generative AI systems in systems and society. And with the Green Screen Coalition, she facilitates transnational alliance building at the intersections of tech justice, resource justice, and anti-militarism. She has worked with activist communities in Mexico, Thailand, Brazil, Costa Rica, Chile, Canada, and Okinawa, and most recently in Taiwan on semiconductor supply chains. In intergovernmental settings, she was technology advisor to the UN Secretary General, leading on the conceptualization and building of the Tech Envoy's Office, which included the creation of the AI Advisory Body, and advocated for a focus on strategic representation of low-middle income member states in AI governance.
So that's Marie-Therese. Avantika is a former senior research associate with IT for Change and a current PhD candidate at the Center for Comparative Politics and Political Theory at Jawaharlal Nehru University. She is currently a visiting fellow at the Center of Developing Societies in New Delhi and has a book chapter in psychoanalysis and ChatGPT. She is the editor of a volume of essays, and through her research, Wejdan actively examines the
Recording in
asymmetries
progress.
within the global digital media landscape, employing a critical infrastructure studies perspective alongside a decolonial approach. In addition to digital infrastructure, Wejdan is also interested in the intersection of societal governance with algorithmic governance in the creator economy, especially concerning North African women. Finally, Carmelisa Rosario has a PhD in social anthropology from the University of Bergen, Norway. She is currently a postdoctoral researcher focusing on female customary leadership as part of the project Cabo Delgado, Conflict, Resilience and Reconstruction, funded by the Norwegian Research Council. She has conducted research related to poverty, inequality, and the gendered effects of development programs. These include the development of the current Mozambique gender strategy and the knowledge reviews for the current Norwegian Gender Action Plan, specifically on women's economic empowerment and rights and on harmful practices. Rosario is part of the GETSPA network, a Pan-African network of researchers developing knowledge outputs for gender transformative social policies across the African continent, headed by Georgie Chikata. Additionally, she has conducted research and published extensively on the politicization of sexual and reproductive health, focused on abortion and LGBTQ+ rights. So this is our panel. Thank you. Thank you. So let me call on Marie-Therese first, okay? You have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. It's really great to be here. Today, I'm going to talk about two core emerging areas in global AI governance. I'm going to start the timer. So two areas, so AI supply chains and AI safety. And I'm going to talk about how they're spoken about in very different ways in global north industry, sort of hegemonic regulatory spaces versus from a feminist global south standpoint. So first on AI supply chains. So from within industry, AI supply chains are increasingly a focus, given that the machine learning space is inextricably tied to computational power and resource and geopolitical power. So the industry is worried about an incoming slowdown given limited supply of AI semiconductor chips. Other infrastructural bottlenecks include data centers and energy, and each of these are sites of extractivism. It was interesting to see Mark Zuckerberg recently express the incoming energy constraints of the AI field and dreaming of a one-day possibility of a gigawatt, the size of a meaningful nuclear power plant going towards training an AI model. And this points to what Furuha says around how these big tech companies are able to extract immense economic rents which are disproportionate to their contributions to society. So I'm really interested in changing the public imagination and rethinking and understanding big tech companies as their wider supply chains, not only labor, but also material and raw materials. So if you look to Google's Supply Responsibility Report, they outline their procurement of minerals, smelters and refiners, and as well as the energy use of data centers and the physical infrastructure. OpenAI are also more recently beginning to hire researchers to look at the geopolitics of supply chain, including from a global south perspective. So following these trends is really interesting and somewhat of concern, given that they don't have necessarily, or by necessity, a critical lens. We also see an increase in accountability in AI supply chains as a growing field of research. And from a public attention perspective, a biggest example right now of big tech supply chains would be the exploitation that is going on in the cobalt mines in Eastern Congo and its connection to the big tech and EV industry. And more recently, the ongoing IRA case representing the families of children killed and maimed in the cobalt mines versus Apple, Microsoft, Dell, Tesla, and the ensuing public protests around that. So the second area would be AI safety. So the emerging field of AI safety, which has been ongoing for about a decade, but has become more prominent and prevalent in the public discourse and in government attention and investment, is essentially the ability to deploy advanced AI while reducing its gravest risks. The ideas that it accumulates are from effective altruism, long-termism, and the studies of existential risk. It has attracted a lot of public attention with huge infusions of capital to support its implied promise. The center of these ideas include the Future of Humanity Institute, Future of Life Institute, Google, DeepMind, OpenAI, etc. And we see the accumulations of that with the AI safety summits last year in London, this year in Seoul, with a heavy national security angle, and then recently the Frontier AI Safety and Governance Forum in Shanghai. So what does this, what are the absences that are rendered visible from a feminist and global south standpoint? So if we look at the global AI supply chain, we understand that, and it has been discussed already, that the AI industry relies on large-scale extraction and monetization of data, cheap digital labor, and the extraction of minerals, metals, and land for its physical infrastructure and water. We discussed these dependency dynamics in the Decolonial AI socio-technical site paper, but it was more sort of concisely articulated by this recent paper, AI in the Colonial Matrix of Power by Muldoon and Wu, that the global economic and political power imbalances in AI production are inextricably linked to the continuities of historical colonialism, constituting the colonial supply chains of AI. This is produced through an international division of labor that extracts value from majority world labor for the benefit of Western technology companies. So the procurement of these commodities that enter the AI supply chain must be examined for exploitative practices, especially given that many jurisdictions in the global south still have yet to develop AI industry targeted safeguards and regulations around not only data protection, ownership, and monetization, but also compute data centers and labor practices, as well as the use of natural resources in these complex multi-country supply chains. So as part of my work, I've been moving across different geographies, going to Taiwan, Chile, Brazil, and other locations. But in Chile, for example, in the context of an ongoing drought, which with the 2019 Estallido protests, water was a central issue, and Google has been developing data centers in the region, and there have been feminist groups resisting and protesting this, given the use of water. Some estimates of 169 liters of water per second. There's also issues of lithium mining further north in the Atacama Desert. I was just in Brazil, and Brazil is developing their AI regulation bill 2120. And with Brazil's intensive mineral extraction industry, also part of big tech supply chain, for example, gold extraction, there are organizations like Coding Rights and Lapin that are examples of organizations highlighting the extractive reliance of the AI industry and its infrastructure. In Taiwan, looking at the semiconductor industry, it raises issues both of raw materials and military supply chains. So in the Taiwan context, the semiconductor industry is central to compute, compute being a dominant driver of the AI industry, with companies spending more than 80% of their total capital in compute resources. TSMC, which I visited in Taiwan, are also the makers of an estimated 90% of the world's cutting-edge logic chips. In addition, similarly to Chile, Taiwan was experiencing a drought, and the use of water within the semiconductor industry was also an issue. And speaking with journalists, it's also unclear what the sourcing of raw materials is. From a militarism standpoint, these semiconductors are also used in F-35 fighters, which are being used in Gaza. And there have been anti-militarist activists in Taiwan who are in solidarity with Palestinians, raising the demands that Taiwan discloses its trade records with Israeli arms manufacturing, and demanding that they prohibit the supply of funds, raw materials, components, and key technologies and talent to Israeli arms manufacturing. So Taiwan is an example of where the AI supply chain intersects both with raw materials extraction and the use of water and militarism. So within tech companies, this awareness is resulting in protests, so the No Tech for Apartheid movements, which I can talk to more later. So the implications of all of this in AI safety, as it's been discussed more and more, an international fora pushed forward by sort of the OpenAI, Google's, etc., and elite governments. All of this highlights that the erasure of the violence of military and supply chain impacts on life, and how anti-military and anti-extractivist movements really highlight this, and what happens when we pull apart what is really relegated to mere externalities by the very people who are governing and regulating these technologies, who are incentivized to engage in this erasure because they benefit from this globalized violence. This is described by Marco Trigoso from Peru and Jose Maria Lanuza from the Philippines as AI as slow violence, so at the level of people, nations, and global. So in terms of countermeasures, or there's sort of a call for a shift from transnational feminist spaces, a shift from this idea of national securitized safety to a more transnational feminist articulation of genuine security. So described by organizations such as the International Women's Network Against Militarism. So this is the idea of genuine security. It requires the following guarantees: that the environment can sustain life, that people's basic needs are met, that human dignity is respected and people's sovereignty is assured, and that society is organized so as to prevent avoidable harms. And so I'll speak briefly to my work with the Green Screen Coalition, which recognizes that given that AI technologies, value chains, and infrastructures have transboundary elements, and the multinational nature of AI corporates, military supply chains, and geopolitical alliances that allow access to power, how do we reflect that back in the ways that we are building transnational community? So my work moving across, Chile, Mexico, Taiwan is in that relationship building, building multi-site cases, building a multi-site case of how data centers and physical infrastructure and the use of water, the same conversations are happening increasingly across different jurisdictions. Malaysia even, with the increase in infrastructure investment in data centers. So my final point is that this reflects what Margot Okazawa-Ray talks about in terms of recognizing ourselves in coalitions, and about the ethics of solidarity, recognizing and confronting the forces that disconnect people within and across locations, within and across the global north and global south, and global south and global north, etc. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie-Therese. So Avantika.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be here. And I look forward to learning from a lot of you here. So today I was expected to talk on social media governance, but I won't be touching upon the topics that we usually discuss, which is misinformation recognition, algorithmic bias, content moderation, platform accountability through intermediary liability, and content monetization, which I think are symptomatic of the platform capitalism as such. So I consider social media as a metaphor for platform economy as such. And platform economy as we know it is something that molds and commodifies fresh forms of sociability. So there is a temptation, I think, amongst all of us to look at data as a biopolitical instrument of governmentality, and therefore there have been two kinds of responses towards reappropriating data as a knowledge commons, or a temptation to kind of assert individual rights, property rights over data, as if it is something that is private information that is inherent to us, although we know that it's actually socialized on these platforms. Data is not something that is produced just by ourselves. It is rather a commodity which is abstracted through the social interactions and communications which happens on platforms, precisely through various degrees of processing through compute technologies, etc. So the assertion that, you know, we must reclaim data as part of ourselves or extension of our personhood actually reifies data as a commodity as produced by platform capitalism. So that is something that I challenge. And it's important for us to go back to how capitalist transition from the feudal order rendered labor power as a commodity which is theoretically freely exchangeable and equivalent in the marketplace in exchange of wages. But as we know, it also renders an unemployed population. And now what's happening with the platform capitalism is that there is a huge body of informal labor and invisible labor which is being reappropriated through gig-based labor, task-based work, content-based creation of labor, etc. And there is a temptation to recognize all forms of work in that data form of value. Which I think can be traced to the autonomous Marxist tradition, which actually coined a workerist paradigm in saying that the law of value in the capitalist abstraction process is diminished, and now everybody is theoretically on the same plane as workers. So that kind of a workerist paradigm is actually being reappropriated by big tech. They're all in favor of it. So in terms of, if I take an example from India, the biggest billionaire, Nandan Nilekane, who is basically the architect of the Aadhaar project, he is in favor of making everybody data rich in India. So it's not something that really is coming across as an alternative to data power, you know, which is consolidated in big tech. So the idea that we must reclaim our data and therefore be able to, we'll have a better say in leveraging our data for data dividends from the big tech is actually not being challenged by big tech players at all. In fact, they're in favor that we be seen as data entities, data commodities who can freely exchange our data in the marketplace. In the same way, we see that translating in the carbon markets paradigm. So they're not really scared of individualizing data commodities. So what I see as a transition through this moment is that earlier wage mystifications used to kind of conceal the exploitation between employers and employees, but now there is a kind of an articulation of wage appreciation logic, where everybody wants to abstract themselves and their work as data commodities. So what we need to understand is that the platform technology really functions on top of transactional markets. So they are really stacks that are organized as markets and technologies atop of existing markets. So in my opinion, like, you know, current debates in the platform accountability model isolates social media businesses in terms of content regulation, censorship debates, and who has ownership over content, etc. But what it obscures is that Meta owns subsea cables, that Meta owns digital public infrastructures, which are actually private companies that are owning these kind of digital new public sphere. And there are also platforms on which multi-sided businesses also operate, which end up being seen as a democratizing force, because previously excluded players are now able to profiteer off of direct peer-to-peer exchanges. So we need to also probe this idea of new modes of production and new forces of production, and how that comes to be assumed as a democratizing force in and by itself. So we need to understand that platforms lock users within proprietary ecosystems and digital enclosures, while giving the appearance of us being part of a digital public sphere, which ends up becoming a de facto infrastructure on top of which a lot of welfare schemes of the government are also animated. And we know that that results in included exclusion of a lot of players, like within the Aadhaar scheme or Arogya Setu app, which was devised during the COVID time. A lot of people were not able to access medical help, etc. But the promise of these technologies is that, you know, there'll be efficient and optimized direct transaction between the government and the individual. Although we see that, you know, this is just a form of included exclusion. What it actually does is that it provides government and private players a vast set of data which is interoperable, which is also freely exchangeable through open API systems. And these are just seen as collateral damages. If you can't access welfare technology, too bad. It's just a blip in their system. It's also looked at as externalities, like you mentioned. So there is this kind of an overarching logic that if we are able to only regulate and make these systems safer, everything will fall in place. So if I have more time, I can, yeah. Yeah, so basically there are there are a lot of contradictions within the current debates. One, on the one hand, you have data as private right. Then on the other hand, you have data as commons. Then you have an understanding of individuals being seen as passive subjects whose data is collected versus individuals as active citizens with data rights. Then there is a tension between national data sovereignty projects and global nature of digital platforms and data flows. And we know that the US is in favor of cross-border data flows being free. And of course, that is because they have all the patented technology, etc. So there's no need to worry about how data flows within the global order, because vast sets of user-generated data actually comes from the South. And if we look at how data markets are actually divided between the global South and North, what it reveals is that majority of the data processing work actually takes place in the global South. Like I think Nagela was also pointing out that 80% of the data annotation work happens in Africa and Asia. And that constitutes like 80% of data infrastructure. So only 20% of the work is happening in the global South, and ours wage is much higher in the global South, global North, than it is in the global South. So the understanding that if we bring in more regulatory frameworks, we will be able to redistribute data as a resource is, in my opinion, very insufficient as a logic, because it doesn't allow us to really open up the question of neocolonial extraction and capitalist extraction, and how that really enframes the political order as it is. Stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Avantika. So I now pass on to Wejdan.
Thank you. I'm very honored to be here, and thank you, Chairman, for putting this panel together, and for Marie and Avantika for your talk. So building on what my colleagues have already said, my goal of this talk, thinking about governance and democracy, was to think about how digital platforms have been positioning themselves in the global South. And the first thing that came to mind is this three forms in which I would kind of put the governance framework of these platforms. The first one would be like platform self-governance. So that would be any internal guidelines, content moderation, which is partially automated, but then this automation is done on, as been mentioned, is done on the backs of the workers in the global majority countries. And another layer of that self-governance is also this power of governing users through visibility. So shadow banning, for instance. The second type of governance that I can think of is external governance. So that would be governance from authorities, external to the platform, legislations, data protection law, but also other law frameworks such as workers' law, for instance. I would also add to this the legislations that are applied onto users in order to govern their behavior online. And I'll talk to that in relation to Moroccan women and content creators online. And the last one is also what's been mentioned in the previous talks, is the assistance of platforms in the governance mechanisms of the state. So here the use of platforms as infrastructures and deferring to their algorithm for decision making, but also using them as infrastructures for state governance or state violence. For instance, Google and Amazon providing cloud computing services and AI services for military use, or Amazon Web Service providing facial recognition programs for law enforcement. So if we go back to the first the first type of kind of self-governance, while in the beginning I felt like in the 2010s these platforms have been hailed as bringing democracy. We heard about the Facebook revolution in Egypt. It's quite interesting to see the radical shift that that the discourse has taken. And I'm particularly thinking about the new update that Instagram rolled out in February, which basically states that it will not proactively recommend content about politics on its recommendation surface across Instagram and Threads. So it's kind of this feature linked to Instagram. And the question that's raised here is, what is political content? And the answer to that is things related to discussions of new laws, elections, and social topics. So this kind of raises questions of, then we're talking about reproductive rights, be also shadow banned. Talking about and debating new laws would also be shadow banned. One very real application of this update has been used to shadow ban or limit visibility of pro-Palestinian voices. And this has been kind of evidenced by reports by the Human Rights Watch that shows that there is active censorship of pro-Palestinian voices in restricting the content and in shadow banning the content and kind of restricting it in its recommendation system. Oh yeah, shadow banning is the practice of not being recommended, like your content on social media not being recommended on say the For You page or any other kind of recommendation system. Not only that, but say for instance, I do post something about like a protest, a pro-Palestinian protest that's happening in my city. I will notice that my post is getting way less views than if I post, for instance, a picture of my cat, right? So it's and this is and these ways of countering the shadow banning, so countering this limitation and restriction of visibility, kind of like there's a subversion of that by the users. And one way in which they did that is that they talk to each other. First of all, they realize that they're being shadow banned, and they start finding ways in which they could counter this algorithm, and they could kind of play against the machine. So misspelling genocide, so it's not flagged in the system as the word genocide, or showing a picture of, because they know that the system really privileges faces and pets. We like cute cat videos on the internet, showing pictures of pets and then writing underneath it like a location of where the protest is taking place. So this would be ways in which users are subverting or subverting the algorithm, even though, of course, in the resources, users do not have as much power here. So kind of using this search optimization, search engine optimization tactics in order to get the message across. So that would be the self-governance. The second point would be concerning the external governance of the platform. And here, apart from the legislations and the data protection law, I also want to kind of reflect on the laws that are being used to surveil users in platforms. So here I'm thinking about the example of content creators, so North African women who are creating content. For a little context, there is this group of kind of like a trend of Moroccan women filming their social reproductive labor, so in some sense like the domestic labor that is seen and waged, and they're putting that as content as my daily routines, right? So they get through that to create this networks of friends and see people commenting on their content. But then they also have to navigate societal governance and ideas of modesty and ideas of not showing your face in public. And so one way in which they dealt with that in my interviews was, for instance, to show their hands or rely mostly on voiceover. But there is also another subset in which if your presence online is seen as too visible, or if it's seen as an attack on public morality, then the laws can intervene also in arresting women. And that was the case for a YouTuber who was arrested because her content was seen as an attack on public morality. Again, public morality is so vague, can mean anything. So here, in terms of external governance, how it can be used by civil society is also to create opportunities for movement lawyering and strategic litigation as a way of creating more equitable digital rights, but also the use of workers' labor laws as well. And I think that was also the case in what happened with content moderators in Kenya. And the last one, which is for me very important, is the assistance of platforms in governance mechanisms of the states. And I think it's also been talked about previously in the talk of Nanjala. And here, what I mean by that is the use of platform technologies as infrastructures and deference to algorithm in order to make this decision making. And often when this conversation happens, there's kind of this dichotomy that's being put between states and markets and who should regulate who. But I think someone in the audience in the previous talk really pointed out, okay, but what do we do when the government itself is enacting state violence? And one thing in which it's been kind of framed in at least in the West during the pandemic, which is when a lot of people kind of realized that, well, tech is really the infrastructure of for instance, healthcare. Was to talk about sector transgression. So here, sector transgression is when dominant tech companies, such as Google, use their computational infrastructure as an entry point to an autonomous sector, see health or education. And what they do through that is they crowd out the technical and ethical sectoral expertise and in favor of data-driven approaches. So here they accumulate decision-making. The accumulation of decision-making is made in the hands of commercial tech actors. And I always had kind of a problem with this definition because it's, first of all, it's when in the research that's been done of sector transgression in East Africa, we saw that this definition doesn't quite translate automatically because it does assume that some sector were autonomous before. And what does autonomous mean? Does it mean that it's not privatized? That's one thing. The other thing is that this idea of sector transgression is not really a new phenomenon if we think about it from the global majority context, in which we have a lot of tech philanthropy, for instance, and experimentation on education, and these tech companies kind of getting into these sectors such as education and health in order to provide infrastructure. So this is not new, this was not new with the pandemic. And finally, one actors that we don't see when we talk about sector transgression, that are very visible when we talk about it from the Global South perspective, is that often there is humanitarian and foreign aid and development agencies that are helping procure these technologies for governments. And so there is this new actor that is sitting in the middle that is, well, part of the discussion that we don't really hear about when we're thinking about it only from a Western perspective. So this is the kind of three ways in which I thought about governance and how all of these ways kind of interact and intersect with each other. Yeah, that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always difficult to be the last to speak. Queria pedir desculpas aos meus conterrâneos por me expressar em inglês. Vou seguir o painel que esteve a falar em inglês. But I will follow this in English. I was just apologizing to my fellow citizens, Mozambican citizens, for speaking in English and not Portuguese. So my task was to talk about peace building and the links to democracy. And as the Mozambican in the table, I will sort of link it to our current reality in Mozambique. I will start by talking about the framework from which I will be speaking of, which is the Feminist Peace Building Framework. I will follow with what are the sort of the threats and the opportunities that exist when considering issues of peace building and democracy, and of course linked to with the digital more than AI. And then I will end by thinking of talking about ways of thinking the future, sort of a way forward. So when thinking about the framework of feminist peace building, one should think in terms of all structural forms of violence, not just those that occur in wartime. So I know that war now is ubiquitous and it's increasing. There's a lot of new conflicts. Actually, they're not new conflicts. They're just, boiling over and more visible. And a lot of it because it's more visible and because of the digital. There is this sort of spread of imagery, this sort of deathscapes, violence, distribution of images, which for better or worse, be it Palestine, or the north of Mozambique, they are very spectacular, but are also important to sort of raise awareness of what is going on and has been going on, and also to include, bring people into discussions that have been silenced for a long time. But in feminist thinking and peace building, peace is not just the absence of war. And we should not think about peace as the absence of war, which means that aside from these deathscapes that occur in situation of war, violence that happens in every day is also important to think about. So the different forms of violence that occur are the result of structural gendered inequalities and are exacerbated in multiple crises, and that includes environmental crisis, economic crisis, and those related to insecurity in war, but also in everyday life. For example, when economic crisis leads to unemployment and violent masculinities, post-war unresolved issues, and I think that all of us in our realities, we kind of have been faced with these violences, everyday violences that occur not only to women, but a lot of it to women. Now, women and other vulnerable groups, we're talking about impoverished populations, and including unemployed men, and what it does to their sense of inhumanity and exclusion from society, would be better served if they could be included in the economy, in politics, which are increasingly happening in the digital space, and in protection from shocks, different shocks, environmental or other, and through this inclusion and the protest that we have been seeing is sort of their form of pushing towards this inclusion so that their experiences of these shocks and exclusion can be heard. So these are forms of political participation and pushing forward towards a more democratized space that is livable for the majority of people, not just for a few. And sort of it's sort of within this context of everyday life, and here I bring this, the personal is political expression that we always use within feminist spaces. It's what happens materially, and this was said before, has profound consequences for how society can become a juster place. So claiming for rights and justices, it's not just around the exact concept of right and justice, but on these claims that also happen very organically. These are people just organically claiming a better life and juster life for themselves. So moving on to the digital threats that women and vulnerable groups face, when thinking, for example, of the Mozambican context, there is, of course, the unequal access to the digital space. This is more so, there is a big difference between poorer people and wealthier people. There is a big difference between rural and urban people. There is a big difference, and because there is a big difference, for example, between rural and urban people, there's a big difference between the access to the digital space by women in relation to men. There have been studies that show that the increase, for example, of access to mobile phones, not smartphones, just mobile phones, increases the access to digital space of women. So just the inequality between the urban and rural space creates that gap because, for example, in urban spaces, urban women have a better access to the digital space. Now, there is an interesting, I'm not saying good, but there is an interesting aspect of this unequal access to the digital space, which is also the unequal way in which the space is gendered. For example, in the deathscapes of Cabo Delgado War, the imagery, the violence is mostly male. The space is mostly male. And it obscures the presence of women in multiple ways. For example, women are major recruiters. They are also people who expand the knowledge, this knowledge of these extremist visions that the insurgents have. And I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with the war that we have in the north of Mozambique. Just very quickly, there is an insurgent movement, I mean, some call it terrorist movement in the north of Mozambique that has started in 2017 as a violent militant movement, but that has this growing dissatisfaction, has a longer period of dissatisfaction that now has boiled into war. It's quite violent. From 2019, they have pledged allegiance with ISIS, so this has become now a transnational terrorist event, and there are multiple interests. So because of this, a lot of the imagery that happens in Cabo Delgado has made it into both the global north and Western media, but specifically to the propaganda machine of ISIS. And this deathscape is quite violent. It's the decapitated people. It's burnt villages, but it is mostly male. So we only see men. But through the work that a lot of people have been doing in Cabo Delgado, and of course through just general knowledge, because gender-based violence is a weapon of war, violence against women has been happening. But this does not make it into the digital space. So when I say interesting, this is what I mean. It's interesting that it happens, but it doesn't get the attention, not within the propaganda machine of the deathscapes imagery. And even when we look at the violence that is portrayed in the global north, by the global north media, and even our media here in Mozambique, it's talked about, the violence against women is talked about, but there is no imagery. Now, there is limited knowledge and reduced opportunities in participation, economic and political, for women and poorer populations. Women in particular, when they do get this digital presence in terms of threats, there are deep fakes. A lot of it is pornographic. It's sort of creating sort of fake images of women in compromising sexualized situations. There is a lot of trolling, there is a lot of threats, and I think this is also very common in other places. And because a lot of the women who do activism are young, this kind of builds into discrediting them through this over-sexualization and fake sexual imagery. And then, of course, what happens with sort of the destruction of infrastructure during the wars, this war space, affects specifically women, because whatever lack of access that they already had increases with the infrastructure destruction, and this includes, for example, the ability to communicate. So whenever a space is affected or is attacked, I remember we had a recent attack we had a relative calm, but then the regional peace force started to withdraw, and there was a surge of attacks. And the surge of attacks meant that people started to move again from the places they had returned to that had become peaceful, and they were trying to escape. And the way of escaping was communicating to family members that were in safer areas, to let them know that they were being attacked, that they needed money to get out, because suddenly there were people profiting from these attacks and increasing the prices of escaping. And the money would go digitally. That is how, you know, a lot of the finances in rural areas is done digitally. And then, so there are two things: is a lot of the movement is women, so it's women trying to escape with their children, and it is female. A lot of the relatives being contacted are also female, who show more solidarity but who also have fewer means. So if an internet connection is blocked, then people are not allowed. One, they don't know what is happening to their relatives. Two, they are not allowed to help them because they cannot send digitally money for them to escape. So this is sort of some of the scenarios of threats that happen digitally in conflict situations. So which is kind of related to situation of war, but also outside of situation of war, when we're talking, for example, about trolling and deepfakes and people trying to actually do political work and activism, both online and offline. But there are, of course, opportunities, many opportunities. So for those who have access, and hence this is why, you know, more inclusion in the digital space could help sort of remote education. I have an example of a young activist who has become unemployed because of this conflict situation. She used to work where the gas fields are in northern Mozambique, and there is where the conflict is happening, so she has become unemployed, and now she's in the capital of the city, and she has started studying remotely, and a lot of it happens digitally. Of course, she needs resources to have a computer, to have internet, etc., but there are opportunities there if she can access those resources, and she has managed to do so. There are possibilities of getting information. A lot of people, even when they are not, even women, even if they are not literate, they have had information, sort of oral information that comes through phones. There is a lot of exchange. People exchange a lot of audio files with information. So it's information on health, on the weather, on how to keep safe, networking, and the way people network with each other has found a way, because I'm not sure if I can say this, but I think that most Africans have relatives everywhere and very far away. So communication and the digital is very important for these networks of solidarity, networks of support, networks of sort of making people move up. So then these happen in a distance. They used to happen offline with letters, through the radio, and they have now moved to digital. There is, of course, banking, savings, financial services, and I'm not going to talk about the capitalist aspects of it in many ways. For example, in Mozambique, in the markets, before digital, the digital wallets and the digital opportunities were here, in the markets, it was women who went around, collected the money from people who were unbanked. So banked women collected the money from women who were unbanked, put them in an account, and then profited from it. Now in the digital world, a lot of women are sort of the digital banks in the sense. So there's M-Pesa. I think everyone knows M-Pesa, or yeah. There's M-Pesa, and they are the ones who collect the money from people who want to put money in their own accounts. All right. So they are not visible sometimes. They are the owners of the stall, or but doing the transaction is young men. So they are people who are also giving employment, and giving employment is an important aspect of wealth and of becoming influential in a community. So the employer, and a lot of employers are women. So these are I guess the opportunities. In terms of the way forward, I have been thinking about in a lot of discussions in terms of this peace building processes, and a lot of what has been saying, oh, women should participate in negotiations, in peace negotiations. And I'm not sure I agree. I mean, yes, women should participate everywhere. But I think that the negotiation, it's not the participation of women that is important, but that the negotiations of peace should be feminist. So there should be feminist spaces of discussing peace, of discussing security. Security, not the militarized kind, but sort of secure spaces for everyone, not just for women. So rather than participate in these peace negotiations, I would rather see these feminist spaces arise in peace negotiations. And more than participating in political processes, I think that we should understand and expand our view of what is political participation. So when I'm talking, for example, about these women employing young men and becoming influential, they are political actors in their communities. They might not be visible, but when we go and we want to interact with the political actors and we are only looking at the party members, the MPs, etc., those who are visible, both men and women, we are discounting these other very powerful, influential people that can turn a tide in a community. For example, these young men whom they are employing, for example. Or, we might be surprised when suddenly there is a protest arising and we didn't see it coming, and why is it that women suddenly are protesting, and what is it that they are protesting? So it's sort of expanding our view of where the political is happening and in which terms and in which language this political discussion is happening. And in terms of inclusion, also digital inclusion for the construction of democracy, just to get back to what I'm supposed to be talking about here. So we need to build trusted mechanisms that show change. For example, so this will be very meaningful for the Mozambicans in the room. We are going through a turmoil right now. We had municipal elections last year, in which the political party in power claimed all but one municipalities, and there were major protests in most of the major cities where the opposition claimed that they had actually won the elections, but that the party in power had stolen the election. A lot of these protests were organized online, even though they happened offline. There was a lot of that. I live in Norway, and I was following it daily. And there was this interaction, there is this interface between the online and the offline. And there was a reversal of the decision or of the stolen municipality results in some of the claimed municipalities. So this seeing change sort of creates trust in that things can happen, things can change politically, using these platforms. And now we have the presidential elections, and we are again in turmoil, and things are happening online as well. But there is people who did not consider, for example, voting, who were not interested in elections, are suddenly, seemingly, more engaged with politics and really feeling that things can change. So, thank you.
Thank you, Carmelisa, and all the panelists. Just a few comments on what has been said so far. I think in different ways, the four contributions have surfaced a politics of both recognition and presence and absence. So whether it's the masking of militarism and the extraction of the materiality of digital technologies in Marie-Thérèse's presentation, or the disconnection of data from infrastructure in Avantika's presentation, or the question of what is meant by sovereignty and governance in Wejan's contribution, and in Carmelisa's, which forms of violence are recognized or normalized and others utterly obscured. In different ways, the interface between what is happening digitally and what we used to think of as real life, but is now called offline. That dates me, not just my hair. So, you know, how does this play out? There is no linear single story here. It is so contextualized. It is so shaped by time and space. And it is those nuances that I think we really need to pay attention to. And I'm thinking that in terms of, you know, understanding, being really savvy in both from an intellectual perspective, but from a political perspective, in terms of being able to recognize what is happening in our lives, in the everyday, but also what seems to be so far away in terms of geopolitics. But it's not, because in different ways it's affecting us as we speak. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to speak for 4 minutes. This is half the time that they thought they would have, is because everyone speaks longer. But I'm going to propose what I think of as a feminist strategy of looking at contradictions. So from your own positioning, from your own areas of expertise and knowledge, what are the contradictions around connection and disconnection? You know, what is disconnected and not recognized? Which absences are experienced very loudly in the form of presences that we don't see? Which boundaries are not recognized when it comes to life? What is seen as worth preserving? Some think it's sovereignty. We think it's solidarity. What does that mean in terms of ethics and politics? 4 minutes each. Okay? So I'll start with you, Avantika.
I think I was so nervous about timekeeping that I really didn't say much in my presentation, but that's a good way to kind of think about our ongoing discussion. One of the things that Charmaine just mentioned is that what happens to time and different temporalities within capitalism coexist, right? So there is abstract value extraction, which is happening through a crunching of labor time, etc. While there's also a relative surplus value extraction, which is happening through optimization, hyper-optimization of connectivity. Things that were earlier not recognized as work are now being seen, like, you know, you dubbing a video on TikTok can be monetized. So these are also new assemblages of work and labor forms that are becoming more and more visible. But at the same time, what it does is that it really retroactively solidifies our position as digital subjects. So our basis for making any rights claims is through a position of abstract data entities. So whether it is data protection or data privacy or data ownership, our very presence and personhood is being erased through a new kind of digital subjectivity, which is animating and being grafted through the platform capitalist model. And one of the things that I was also trying to talk about in my presentation is that, of course, we've seen a shift from self-regulatory platform orders to now an antitrust kind of legislative order, which is challenging, say, the monopolistic tendencies of big tech. But what it also does, and one of the biggest proponents of that is Lina Khan, who belongs to Open Market Foundation. So they firmly believe in the idea of market. The only thing that they don't believe in is monopoly capitalism. What they want to restore is competitive capitalism through multi-stakeholderism. So essentially, they do not reckon with the reality of class antagonism at all. In fact, they want to create a flat ontology of workers wherein all of us are data subjects, and it doesn't really matter what kind of class positioning we come from. So it further entrenches the platform dependencies, the structural dependencies that we have on platform models. So that's one thing. And I think the other thing that I would like to talk about is maybe, you know, there is a feminist impulse or a tendency to always talk about my data, my rights. And that is a libertarian perspective. So we need to move a little beyond that, because as I said, even the big tech powers want you to assert this kind of a logic because it affirms their positionality as the architects who are governing social labor, life, in all forms on the platform economic model. And what the platform economy really thrives on is more and more generation, volumes and velocity of data, which is abstracted through social interactions and through social labors. So we really need to think again about what Marx called the idea of abstract labor, which is basically how on a plane of abstraction, we are all rendered equal before the market, but in reality, we're all dealing with the real abstraction of concrete social contradictions, which is the class antagonism. So I think we need to think on both planes of abstract labor as well as concrete labor, and then maybe think of mitigating these contradictions.
Yeah, thank you so much for this invitation or provocation around contradiction. I think a lot of my work comes in the confrontation of the contradictions, being in... Can you also tell me when I get to 4 minutes? Okay, here you go. Yeah. yeah, operating both within spaces, hegemonic spaces such as Google DeepMind or the United Nations or the Oxford Internet Institute, whilst also being in relationship and being in community with geographies and people directly impacted by violence, and also embodying that contradiction of being from the Caribbean, from Southeast Asia, and then having grown up in the center of colonialism, like one of the centers in the UK. And so those confrontations have really shaped my lens and my work. But one of the initial points of contradiction is within these companies where the recruitment is so based on this idea of benevolence, and then people within these companies are encountered with the real reality of the violence of how these AI systems are being applied, most recently with the protests within Google around Project Nimbus. And the contract between Google and Amazon with the Israeli government with cloud compute, how people are really experiencing an existential and quite painful internal recognition and reckoning of how the world and these companies and regulatory systems are built on the premise of violent, extractive, racialized structures. And so in doing that, we can then follow the supply chain in recognizing that we can then unpick these contracts and use our positionality within these organizations to highlight these absences that are very conveniently ignored. Like, it's no coincidence that Henry Kissinger was a big thought leader within the space of AI ethics when he was a war criminal. It's no coincidence that Eric Schmidt, leader within Microsoft, is investing in a drone startup. The huge contradiction within the whole field of AI ethics and regulation is this idea of benevolence, whilst being premised on extreme violence that is necessary for the extreme and obscene accumulation of capital and obscene use of resources to the translation of what for the general public. And I say that in a, of course, the what has an answer. And so it goes to this question of paradox also in relationship, like how do we organize, and I say this as someone who used to work with Google DeepMind and no longer does, but how do we still, in maintaining those relationships, still support the No Tech for Apartheid organizing within the companies, but then also in my work now across different geographies, across different continents where there are inherent sort of transboundary efforts in the relationship building, and how do we build affective community and political émence through friendship and through recognizing the tensions of contradictions and of complicity, whether it be across institutional boundaries or global north, global south, or educational, etc. So I think that's what I have to say. Am I at 4 minutes? I got 2 minutes, 1 minute. What other things? Yeah, the confrontation of contradiction. I mean, I guess I'll speak to the opposite of that with my work with the Green Screen Coalition, and also being sent essentially by elders in my life who are in the transnational feminist movements. They've been in these spaces for decades. And they've sort of sent me to Okinawa and to different places that are central to transnational feminist movements to recognize the common spaces of struggle. So whether it be in anti-militarist or anti-extractivist movements, there are immense communal contexts of struggles. And so we can apply that also to big tech supply chains. Like, there are common spaces of struggles in different parts of the world around data centers, underwater usage, around natural resource extraction used towards these like different elements of the AI industry's infrastructure. So there's both the contradictions, but also the coherence, and it gives us a lot of clarity around the realities of the extractive nature of this industry.
Thank you, Marie-Therese.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this question on the reflection on contradictions of the absence and the presence. It got me thinking about the promises of platforms and the promises of these digital platforms versus what we're seeing now, and also how to reconcile these differences and these contradiction. And I'm thinking about the vision that these platforms are built on. So the divisions that basically financed these platforms is this idea in the early 90s of we're going to have a direct democracy, we are alienated by the political institutions, so through these platforms or through the internet we can automatically speak to power, and we can have this virtual community, this peer-to-peer network. And this was really like the foundation of what, or this Californian ideology was the foundation of how a lot of these platforms got funded in the first place. But again, this remained very centered on the United States, because at that time, at the time of the declaration of the independence of the cyberspace, a lot of the global south was in existence in these conversations. And then with the rise of the Web 2.0, with the rise of social media, we heard the same promises of it's going to be bringing democracy, we're going to create new ways for citizens to speak to power. And now, a decade later, post Edward Snowden, post Cambridge Analytica, the tone of the conversation has shifted radically. So there is a focus on social media role in the spread of misinformation and its impacts on election politics. Now, of course, this conversation, I feel at times, well, at least in the literature that I encounter, is mostly centering Western institutions, because it got me thinking about how it positions social media in relation to this legacy news organizations. And it got me thinking about well, how are these legacy media organizations, how are they portraying the global south in the first place, right? Like, if we're talking about the alternative to Facebook being the Washington Post and New York Times, they have been manufacturing content for the Iraq war and are still doing so for the Gaza war. So is this really the alternative for us? And also, how do we think about misinformation when sometimes states are the reason, the roles of state authorities in spreading this misinformation? So I feel like these contradictions and these concerns are not as foregrounded as others. And I think the last contradiction that I'm grappling with as a researcher is, as a researcher who's really critical of these platforms, is discussing with people who do have an effective relationship with these platforms. And here, thinking about the content creator, the women who are creating content and getting monetized, specifically the housewives who are getting monetized for their content online, and who, through their, well, the way that they talk about it is that they feel that they can have a community. They feel, I mean, they really go back to this idea of the virtual community. They feel that they feel that they're doing something productive, that they're sharing advice with other women that they would not have access to otherwise, and they feel like they're going monetized for labor that normally goes unwaged. So, but at the same time, they understand this asymmetry of where they are located as users, because they told me many times that if you are, say, a content creator in Morocco, you won't get as much monetization as if you are a content creator based in the Netherlands, right? And sometimes they have to help each other to get monetized. So in order to get monetized, you need to get at least, I think, 10,000 hours of watch time. So they would watch each other's videos. But once you reach that and you start getting monetized, if I am someone from, say, based in the Netherlands, then you understand that my views are worth more than if my eyeballs are worth more if I was located, say, in Morocco. So then that's when sometimes the solidarity breaks. But yeah, like having these conversations with people who truly believe that that the platform is also a good alternative. I'm trying myself to kind of grapple with these contradictions. Yeah, thank you.
Melissa?
Yeah, I think I will break away. No, when you asked this question, I thought about two examples. One is related to the normalization of violence. And so the abstract notion of good and evil, what is good and what we want and we're striving for in our battles, feminist battles, justice battles, etc. And there is the issue of backlash, etc. So that is something that we have been grappling now with, you know, the receding of rights, receding of democracy, receding of many hard-earned battles. One battle that is being waged in this sense here, not just in Mozambique, but in Mozambique, because we have been named one of the countries in the world that is worst affected by underage marriage. It's child marriage. So in Portuguese, it is uniões prematuras, so premature unions, because we don't want to call it marriage. Yeah, and so, yeah. So, and there was, I think a couple of years ago, an incident in which a man was imprisoned because he was cohabitating with a 14-year-old girl. He was in his late 40s, early 50s. And the discussion online was a little bit perverse, because what happened was that the girl went to the police station and demanded that her husband should be released, that her husband loved her, that she loved the husband, and she was very defiant. And then the discussion became that, well, she's very mature, she's very sure, she's very powerful, because she had this defiant voice. And sort of increasingly, these contradictions on the one hand, what feminists are advocating and what real life gets to be showcased, contradicting those values, kind of gains traction and helps the backlash movement, if it is a movement. Or but at the same time, as a feminist, we should not ignore these anecdotes and that give voice to the backlash. We need to learn from it, you know. So, and how do we learn from it? How do we confront ourselves with the voices that contradict the things that we know are better? You know, how does that challenge also our notions of savior complex that we sometimes have towards, you know, the downtrodden in the name of justice? So how is it that we engage with things that are counter to our own beliefs? And I think that one of the difficult things that has happened, so we are very good at talking with progressive voices, progressive women, not so much with conservative women. And engaging with them and having them as our allies in this battle, hearing what they have to say, and why is it that they don't trust, or why is it that they think that what we're saying is not as good as we think it is. I still think it's good, but, you know, so that is one of the contradictions, and sort of how things get amplified and how they gain traction, exactly because it sort of taps into another imagination that is more pervasive in society, and I think it's, you know, it goes into why the left is not able to unite, and why the left is losing traction, and why the right and the extreme right are you know, rising in the world, not just in the Western world or in global North. We usually don't call our politicians left or right, you know, we call them either conservative, authoritarian, etc. But, you know, if we think about sort of progressive, liberal, or conservative, authoritarian, etc. So whichever imagination of divisions there are, these conversations need to happen across sort of across contradictions, things that challenge us. So that is the first example. The second example is this issue of sovereignty. So our imagination of sovereignty, and for better or worse, I was going to say mostly worse, but not really. Our imagination of sovereignty is an Eurocentric imagination of sovereignty. It still is, and it continues to be. So when we're talking about sovereignty, we're thinking about borders, we're thinking about the state, and these are constructions that were done under colonialism, and we are just continuing on it because we have no other imagination, and because it would be very difficult to then relate to the rest of the world and everything. I mean, so it's difficult to have another imagination of sovereignty. And in here, I have the example of the discussions that happen online around the presence of the Rwandese forces in northern Mozambique to tackle the insurgency. So when they first came and the insurgency was at its height, they were hailed as heroes because they are a very professional army, and they had a different attitude towards the population in the north. They did not engage in violence against civilians, contrary to our own armed forces. They speak Swahili, which means that they can communicate with the populations on the north, contrary to our own armed forces that do not come from there, and they speak other languages and they do not understand the northern languages. And they really gained the sympathy of both the populations locally and the middle classes online. But suddenly issues of how Rwanda is actually an authoritarian regime that is killing off their opposition both in-house and including in Mozambique, but also internationally, how they might be affecting our election. I mean, these are just allegedly, everything in Mozambique, even before internet, always happened allegedly. So it continues to happen allegedly, interfering with our politics, giving tips to our president on how to extend his third term, so potentially undermining our democracy, how it's endangering the Rwandese refugees who sought refuge in Mozambique after the genocide, who are, if they are here, of course, they are opposition. I mean, otherwise they would be home. So this discussion now has started. There is this discussion of that we are selling our sovereignty because now they are also benefiting economically of the riches of the northern Mozambique, when Mozambicans locally are not. Our elites, some of our elites are benefiting from the riches, and the Rwandese who are protecting this riches, the gas rich there. But then the contradiction is, apparently, I haven't done this research, but I have been in contact with people who are doing this research. They still continue to be very well regarded by the local population. So what is the reality here, and what is sovereignty, and what matters in sovereignty, right? And here we can talk about also the contradictions of these nostalgia for colonial times. I mean, we do talk about effectively of oppression, but then people just say, well, yes, but it was better to be oppressed in colonial times than it is now. So there is this sort of narrative contradictions that also are surging a lot for what is better, should we just sell our sovereignty? What is better actually? So these contradictions are also happening. And where does reality happen? What is possible to, who can really affect reality? So will it be these middle class online people with narratives of sovereignty and defense and rights, etc., or is it the people who are directly affected, physically, materially affected, and their wishes and their visions? So This is not resolved. I'm just talking about the contradictions and the things that are seen, so the discussions that are seen online, and then the material realities that happen on the ground.
Thank you, Carmelisa. And I think that I just want to say, like 2 sentences. I think what our panelists have done is not only throw light on the workings of these digital technologies, but also raised fundamental questions of how we understand ontology, that is the nature of existence, what is reality, what is the materiality that we pay attention to, and what is more intangible that we don't, and also epistemology, meaning our theories of knowledge. So how do we even create knowledge about these issues? So with that, I'd like to open the floor for questions, comments from people. Yes, I see one hand up. 2. Okay. Right. The first man with the light top. Yeah. And then over here, you, and then you with the headset. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to Kamaleza. I just want to hear a view on the issue of shrinking space, because in your first part of your presentation, you talk about the issue of having women at negotiation table, not rather than participation. I'm asking this because I recently finished my PhD on women and peace building in Nigeria. So how can we handle this issue of shrinking space for women when it comes to issues of peace building? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for a great presentation. My name is Tutuzile Dlamini. I've got a question for the third panelist. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. So I'm seeing a pattern between traditional media and new media in terms of censorship. So in South Africa, SABC had an editorial policy of not covering protests because of the idea that it will perpetuate violence. And now you also spoke about algorithms as well, where there's a lot of censorship. So I was just thinking, so you did say that there is a loophole that users use, that idea of subverting algorithms. But now, what do you think are the other ethical long-term solutions to this idea of censorship online and also in traditional spaces?
Boa tarde. Meu nome é Aparício José Cunica. Bom, a temática do painel é muito interessante e me fez lembrar também de um autor sociólogo, o Zig Bauman, no seu livro A Sociedade Líquida, em que ele fala do modernismo, da globalização. Bom, com a pergunta que foi feita no painel, ocorreu-me a ideia de refletir em torno do mesmo, olhando para o nosso contexto moçambicano. Isso para dizer que, segundo o autor, ele diz que nós temos uma sociedade global, mas também nós temos uma sociedade local. O que seria o local na perspectiva dele? Seria uma sociedade em que ainda está em via de desenvolvimento, que ainda está, ainda não tem muitos recursos tecnológicos, ainda está no processo de desenvolvimento. Então, olhando para esse contexto e para a temática que nós estamos a ver, eu pude perceber que Moçambique, como outros países que estão em via de desenvolvimento, estão nesse processo de de ser um país local que tem a tendência de também se enquadrar no globalismo, nas tecnologias, posso assim dizer. Olhando para a questão das mulheres, eu pude perceber também que, de certa forma, a mulher tem sido o centro de marginalização nesse contexto. Eu estou a falar exatamente dos contextos rurais e suburbanos, em que a mulher tem visto, em que a mulher tem sido visto como um elo que não tem voz, que não tem opinião própria, que não tem um posicionamento firme perante perante a sociedade. Isso para dizer que esse contexto está aliado a vários fatores. Nós vamos falar de fatores culturais em que a mulher em si é visto como um ser que não tem muito valor ao nível social. Isso para dizer que essa temática é muito interessante, tinha que se estender para mais níveis, para mais setores públicos, para entendermos a dimensão da mulher. Obrigado.
Okay, hand up there already, Asanda, and then
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm going to be very brief because of time. Two questions. Avantika, thank you so much and to all the panelists. But I'm mentioning you because my question is in relation to some of what you were saying around these subjectivities that are being formed. And I'm wondering about subversive subjectivities, because we need to be thinking about resistance on a daily basis. And when it comes to the digital platform and these concrete and abstract and hidden forms of work that are happening there, I'm just wondering, what would that look like? Sort of subversive subjectivities that we need to be thinking about as people who are wanting to, one, counter some of the continuities that I think you were pointing to, but also who are wanting to imagine alternatives. So that's the first question. And the second one is around what you were talking about is these are new digital enclosures, if I heard you correctly. And when I'm thinking about enclosures, I think about ways of commoning. How do we respond then to those enclosures? Digital commoning. Are there such examples of radical digital commoning, and what does that look like? And what are the priorities? I don't know if priorities is the right word, but what are some of the things that are at the forefront of these digital commoning spaces, if there are such examples, especially examples coming from the Global South? Thanks.
Thank you to the panel. My name is Joanita. I work with the Nawi Collective. My question is to Saba. You spoke about Moroccan housewives becoming content creators. And so my question is whether you have, in your research, you have seen any shifts when it comes to social reproduction and the dynamics within that, especially because we are seeing more family content becoming highly monetized and becoming very popular. So whether this has shifted social reproductive roles, especially now that content creation does bring in money into the household. Yeah.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nashilongo Gervashis. I am from the Namibia University of Science and Technology, but also with the University of Cape Town. My question goes towards the panelist I was dealing with. Sorry, should I stand? Thank you. My question goes out to the panelists that engaged on platform politics and economics to a certain extent. It is really around, since this panel is around issues of governance, what do you think would be a best approach to deal with issues of data, extravision, and all of that, from from an aspect of really looking, what would be the best way on governing digital labor, digital data from a user perspective, particularly on platforms? And would that be a best approach given, for instance, given the issues of the conundrum dilemma that deals with do we govern, do we put policies in place right now when we do not know what the future looks like in terms of technology usage? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm Skanyiso Masuku from UCT. Briefly, firstly, I quite agree, the presentation that was given virtually by the other speaker when they were talking about what would make you put your body on the line in the interest of seeing social change. And we've seen how, physically doing so, going out into the streets entails a lot of dangers, personal harm, and social media activism became a safer way of doing it. But it's been well articulated how, for new problems, there are often new solutions, and the oppressive infrastructure, authoritarian governments have caught up to that, and there's authoritarian collaborations between big tech and these governments, and it has become equally dangerous and censored online. So I really appreciated that. And but on another tip, the conflict in the Cabo Delgado province, I'm not too well read up on it, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it began as a result of disgruntlement of a natural resource allocation and the poverty that was abound in the area, despite a lot of mineral resource wealth. Kind of like what happened with Moise Chombe in the DRC soon after independence. I understand that the Rwandan forces and the SADC forces have been able to achieve a lot there, reducing a 2,500 strong militia force to 300, establishing a security zone and so forth. But how much, what has been done socially, structurally to change that situation of this economic inequality, which was in actual fact, in my opinion, the cause of the conflict to begin with. However, it was co-opted by other forces and became a militant and rather a terrorist activity and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. So over to our panelists. Carmelisa? Okay.
Okay. Well, to the last question, I think we would need to stay here for many, many hours. There is the narrative and then there is the reality. But okay, I'll try to be brief. So in relation to the shrinking space, I think that is an excellent question, because the issue of shrinking space is an issue of receding. So when we are talking about global South reality, we talk about the shrinking space for civil society. We don't talk about receding democracy, because we don't assume that we are democratic countries. And democracy happens in activism, or, these discussions happen in activism. So our shrinking space is equivalent to the receding democracy in the global North. That's basically what is happening. And when I was talking about the participation, or being at the negotiation table and participation, I think that women should be everywhere. I mean, it's not natural that women are not in spaces. So if we see a space where women are not present, that is not a natural space. That is a very sort of, something has happened that just has messed with reality. And I say this because during my, your presentation of me, or the way I present myself, is I work on traditional female leadership. And when we think about, or customary female leadership, and when we think about customary, we'll choose which son of this mother will be the king.
Recording in progress.
So when we are imagining structures, customary structures, they are usually collaborative and they have both genders. And then we have, of course, Oyuwumi's and Ifeamadiume's discussions on, you know, which of them are gendered or not gendered. And even with the influence of colonialism, women have been present. We have just learned to not pay attention to their presence or thinking that their presence doesn't matter. So they should be present, whether participating politically, and specifically when we think that they are not participating politically, we should think, what is it that we're not seeing? Where are they participating politically that we are not seeing? Because they are participating, right? And if they are not at the negotiating table, we just should assume that that is not a legitimate negotiating table because they're not there. But what my argument was that what we need to create is not negotiating tables in which we bring in women, but negotiating tables in which feminist ways of thinking peace take place. And these can happen not in formal negotiating tables, but just, you know, in society in general, just tables in general. Creating sort of peace in society organically in any possible space. Shrinking space will happen as long as this authoritarian streak is happening. And I think there we go sort of to the body and having to put the body on the line to make change happen. That is what happened when we fought for our independences. You know, that is what is happening now. People are fighting for just a society with their bodies. I don't think that without the body, the space is going to reopen without physical presence and pressuring. And there is the issue of creativity and how people sort of circumnavigate and manage. Okay, I can give an example from Mozambique. Okay, I will give this example because it's a very good one and it's a very dear one to us in Mozambique, at least for us who want a better space. In March last year, one of our rappers, sort of social interventionist rappers, who was better acknowledged outside and inside, died. There were, because of the environment of mistrust, there were sort of rumors that he might have been killed by the regime. He was ill in health, in a way, so it is plausible that he died of a natural death, even though he was very young. But this ignited a feeling of discontent among the youth that wanted to participate in his funeral. Because the youth, this group, this enormous amount of people who wanted to pay their respects to this rapper, who sang about power to the people, because they decided that they wanted to go on foot to the cemetery, which is very far away, but going in front of the presidency, the police was deployed, the anti-riot police was deployed. And for us who were not present there, but who were following online, there was a very striking image of young men taking their shirts off and telling the people, kill us. Now, this is putting the body on the line. They were not killed then. Police has killed in other instances. But this is sort of, it really resists the regime in a very strong way. Following this, because there was this tension with the police, and there was this, the regime sort of saying that people are not allowed to manifest. I don't know if that is the right, not strike, it's, well, protest. This was imaginary, so these paying respects were equated to protesting or to, there was there was an actual protesting organized online, that people should just go physically in front of the municipality. And, you know, so this voice of people sort of singing constantly, power to the people, just kept amplifying. And then there was this sort of banning of protests, and people, suddenly everyone knows about the Constitution and how we have the constitutional right, which is amazing. People suddenly just talking about the Constitution. And this banning and the police being deployed in that moment has led to very creative ways of going around it, which was people standing in corners, 2 people, 1 person, 3 people, with something written on a paper, it's either saying power to the people or something else, and then taking pictures and posting it online. So you can, use both, the body and the online. And then there is the second question, and I don't know. Can I just have 2 minutes to? Yeah, so about Cabo Delgado, there is a narrative about this abandoned place, and that, you know, Cabo Delgado was exceptionally abandoned. That is not true. The north of the country in general, there is large inequalities between the north and the south, and the center part of the countries. It has both colonial and post-colonial reasons for it. It's being portrayed as, you know, there is an abandonment, and then now there is this wealth, and because of this wealth, now there is this insurgency because people are not benefiting. People are not talking about similar protests or similar resentments in other parts of the country. So before the gas in Cabo Delgado, there was coal in Tete, and there were problems with resettlement, and there still is protests there, and people rioting, and people impeding the railway or derailing the coal trains. It's just not as spectacular as Cabo Delgado, and yes, very little is being done to change the structural issues, even though it is talked about, because what is being deployed is the common development structures that don't really work towards changing structural inequalities and problems, and because the narrative, their association to ISIS has deployed the securitized mentality of fighting terrorism, which also doesn't work towards changing structural. So we have a global problem on a local, it's not just a local aspect, but, you know, where we need a local solution, we have a sort of these global structures of inequality coming in and not helping. This is the short answer to that. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll try to address very briefly the questions that are being asked. On the first question about how social media kind of this is parallel also with legacy media on not covering protests. One thing to note is that this Instagram feature was also a feature that was done automatically and by default for you. So if you do go to your profile, you can also deactivate it and say, oh, okay, I actually want to see political content. It's just that it's made in the affordance of the platform automatic for you. And yes, it's true. It's not really something that is new, this idea of not covering protests. Media, even when they cover protests, like the framing is often very not in favor to the protesters. And I'm thinking of, for instance, like the Netherlands, in which like covering the protests for Gaza, they would kind of have these images of men with Moroccan descent chanting, so they just like have this picture of a man angry and screaming, and then they cut to a white woman saying that she doesn't feel safe because people are screaming at a protest. So the framing is quite clear when it comes to also legacy media. What is the ethical long-term solution? That is like the $1 million question. It is for media to be independent, but unfortunately, we're not at that stage. Because so if we go back to meta censorship, the parent company of Instagram, its censorship of, for instance, if we take the example of Palestinian Voice, the reason for that, according to the report, was that it uses dangerous organization and individual policy that relies on a list that is designated and provided by the United States on who is considered a dangerous organization. And so based on that, it's automated and it flags specific discourse as this is violent and this is dangerous. So really it is in the overhauling of the entire system, but maybe one first step, and I'm not even sure, is transparency, because what are these guidelines? What is considered social topics? What is considered debate of new law? So sharing that, because that could be an entry, for instance, of civil society or movement lawyering or strategic litigation to actually yeah, kind of resist. But yeah, why would they do that? You know, why would they be transparent? So yeah, I don't really have an answer for what are the ethical long-term solutions, but I think maybe one first step could be transparency. To the second question about the Moroccan housewives and was there any shifts in the social reproduction roles? Well, what was interesting is that the women that I interviewed tend to have quite a traditional view on social reproduction roles, and they saw also through their content creation this idea that they're promoting what is good motherhood and what is good womanhood and how it should fit in a national context of a good Moroccan woman. So yeah, kind of like that was seen as the goal of also their content creation, along with doing something with their time, finding community. So it's also these other things. And this is in, you also mentioned that there's a lot of content about family, and this is in direct kind of contradiction on the content of the family that is often like spoken about in canonical literature is focusing on the glamorous, on the consumption, and they're trying to get deals with brands. But a lot of these women that I talk to, like, they are quite also small YouTubers, so they don't think that they want to do deals with brands because that would also mean that they would have to show their face. There is no brand that would want to do deals with them just based on their hands and their voiceover, and they're against that. But also, they found themselves toward the end doing both the social reproduction labor and doing content creation labor. So they were very tired. So for instance, one of them was explaining to me that she really needed to make sure that her children were asleep so she can film and edit the content, because if there is the voice of children or face of the children, the guidelines which of YouTube, which said, okay, like you cannot be monetized if you have a child under 13 in your video, would then get her videos demonetized. So it's kind of like created this new layer of work. And to the last question, I was not sure if this, so the question on the best approach to deal with data extraction, I feel like, Avantika, you might be more, yeah, you spoke about digital commons and this idea of like, my data, my rights. I feel like you might be more suitable to answer this question, yeah.
Okay, so Marie-Therese, first, if there's anything you want. Sorry?
Okay, I'll just go. Thanks for the question. So I'm going to answer it in two parts. One is that capitalist totality functions through a paradoxical unity of opposites. So on the one hand, to conceal the contradictions between labor and capital, it actually manifests in everyday social interactions and everyday social inconsistencies where we find space for subversive politics. That it's precisely in those gaps in the everyday that agentic choices and subversive actions can actually, fill in the gap of the capitalist totality, because capitalism as we know it is not an all-determining kind of a system. Otherwise there would be no space for national liberation movements or emancipatory struggles. What it actually does is that it interpolates us at least in this context, as digital subjects, where we're able to situate ourselves retroactively through an intermediate gaze of capital. So we do understand so how does this intermediate gaze of market really animates our social productivities and everyday activities? Because we use the term gaze very often in feminist politics, right? But it is almost as if it presumes the male other. That's not the idea of the gaze. The gaze is that there is no gender in the first place, but gender is retroactively assigned by our social positioning within a structural system of dependency, which allocates us as gendered bodies later, not as something that is a biological capacity inherent in us. So in the same way, what an intermediate gaze of the market does is that it allows us to think what are the activities that we can undertake which are likely to be valorized by the system. So even activism, social media activism, like you were talking about, people are quite informed as to, you know, what kind of logic is going to be viral on the internet, what kind of content is likely to get visible. Like she was also giving us an example of, you know, shadow banning. So people are very conscious of the fact that there are certain things that will be rendered visible and there are certain things that are structurally likely to get invisible. And that's where, you know, this creative deployment of emojis like the watermelon to symbolize the Palestinian struggle or to deliberately misspell genocide, etc. So these everyday subversions are also animated through the idea of the big other. The big other is not the immediate other vis-a-vis the male actor or the market. But it is our own understanding of what the market expects of us, which helps us orient our own position within the symbolic order. So that's one thing. The other thing that you asked was a more practical question, whether there are you know, existing paradigms where the idea of commons is being you know, experimented with. And there are various examples. So I'm just going to take a moment to talk about that, if it's okay. I just want to lay out the field a little bit because there is an idea of data stewardship which basically revolves around data sharing pools, platform cooperatives, as well as data trusts. And their idea is to basically have collaborative governance and cooperative data value. So I'll just, I guess the idea of the EU GDPR is something that we're all familiar with, which is basically a data protection law that has been instrumental in guiding most national policies. So they also have something called the data altruistic organizations, which helps us, because data protection essentially only deals with personal data. But what happens to non-personal aggregate data or metadata, which is gleaned from our everyday browsing activities, cookies, etc., right? Which aggregates us into communities, online algorithmic communities. So there has been, at least in India, there's been a proposition for community models. But then they struggle to identify what are these communities really who are going to be claiming their share over data. Because is it algorithmically clubbed communities, or is it like a priority identity groups who will make a claim just like you would in, say, forestry, et cetera, right? As resources that these belong to indigenous communities, and therefore they should have a say in governing those things. So there are various kind of things, but we can talk about it later. I don't want to take too much time.
Yes, thank you. And with that, we have come to the end of this Governance and Democracy Roundtable. Thank you to our exciting and very stimulating group of panelists. Don't run away. I have a very short announcement myself on housekeeping, and then there's another announcement by Afi, our FA comms person. So, I had said earlier that, you know, a conference program is like a moving target. So one of the consequences of that movement is that, unfortunately, one of our panels has had to be reconstituted. This is the result of a number of issues, women's bodies being affected by the need to either care for somebody else or be cared for oneself, like being hospitalized. Sometimes people don't even respond. This is a different person. Sometimes people are trapped in mid-air because airlines suddenly decide they're not going to fly. And so they don't get here at the time that we had, and they thought they were going to get here. So what is currently Mpama 1, promoting authoritarianism, that panel no longer exists in that form. 2 of the papers are not being delivered. The paper, Understanding Gender Disinformation in Asia, is being moved to Mpama 2, and the paper on Gouvernance et Démocratie à l'heure de l'intelligence artificielle au Sénégal, the Senegalese paper, is going to be held on day 3 because I'm not sure whether they've even arrived yet. But so in Mpama 1, we are moving the panel that would have been in the garden. This is crafting feminist concepts and questions in the study of politics and law. So that is going to be in Mpama 1. The other panels are as stated on the program. Okay? So bear with us. Bear with me. Somehow we seem to have added almost an hour to our lag. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. And so I end my announcement, and now Afi is going to step up and make another announcement, very briefly. And we need to decide when we're going to come back for lunch. From lunch, not for lunch. Yes, from lunch. Okay? Because we are so late.
Hi, everyone. Please, how many people are on social media here? Please put up your hand. Okay, so we would like you to follow the Feminist Africa and IFJP Global social media accounts. There are some engagements going on and would like to encourage you if you would also like to share your thoughts on what's happening here today and during the period of the conference, please tag us. And the hashtags are down there, DAI Feminist Futures and IFJP 2024. The second announcement is that we are taking some pictures, and in respect of your privacy, if you wouldn't want your pictures to go online, please let me know before you leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Afi. So, right, it's now almost, it's about 10 to 2. Yeah? So, in a very democratic fashion, I'm going to decide what time we come back, roughly. Okay, and I'm going to propose it to you. How about 2:45? Yeah? Yeah, okay. All right then. So now you have to play your part and be back here on time. And not here on time. Having chosen your parallel session, go to the room where it is located, okay? Thank you, everyone. And once again, thank you to our panelists.
That was a wonderful panel. That was a wonderful panel. Thank you. No, it was great. It was. I thought it was fascinating. Every single presentation is very different. So it brought all kinds of things to it. Good. But I wanted to ask you something. So Abigail, she is not traveling. Is anybody in touch with her to give her a link, or do I need to? Do I talk to her about that? Because she will be. She's ready to Skype in.
I think I know Shine was working on some of that yesterday.
Oh, she was. So she was already on the list as somebody who needed to be taken.
I don't know.
I'll talk.
So it's Abna.
It's